Okay, shout at me if my mic goes out. And I'll switch the headset. So, previously on the Dungeons and Dragons, this new group of adventurers come together in the town of Freeport. It's a city, really, even though it's relatively small, certainly much smaller than Waterdeep. It's a little place on the north tip of the archipelago, which itself is to the north of the Moonshay Isles, deep in the waters of the Sword Coast. On this island, this group of adventurers who have really only just met came together and, for their own reasons, have all found themselves on this island in this city, blacklisted and unable really to leave. Although they haven't really tried, because they found adventure. And seeking coin and seeking a rest, they first stop off at a place called the Broken Mug, where they promptly get into a fight with a press gang trying to get them into the Sea Lord's navy, and it's the first instance of them coming across the Sea Lord's men. And as soon as the fight breaks out, this monk steps up, starts kicking people in the face, and a dwarf with a temper draws his crossbow and shoots somebody in the face. A young scholar called Egil steps forward and heals the man who got shot in the face, protecting the group in a way because he needs their help. He's been looking for a group of hardy adventurers who might be able to take care of themselves, and this group looks like they might be capable of that. And try to protect them, given that killing somebody in town would be considered against the pirate code, which is designed to sort of keep the peace in an otherwise uncivilized world. And the man survives, or the dwarf survives, although he loses permanently the sight in one eye. And the group decide to go with this man, learn his name is Egil, and learn of his troubles, that he's looking for a childhood friend who has gone missing, basically, who's been missing for just a couple of days, Lucius Buckwing. And they were friends together, they joined the Temple of Oma together at a relatively young age, and while Egil was a scholar, Lucius was a priest. Was always gifted in the divine arts in that way. And the two of them went up the two sort of parallel strands of being part of the temple itself being full of scholars and a high scholar, and priests as well as a high priest. But Lucius disappeared. He lost his marbles, by the sounds of things, a bit. Turned up being overly confident, seemed to change overnight. Started treating the temple as if it was his own personal library, until he violated the sanctum and got kicked out. And every time people have asked what that means, nobody's been able to get an answer. He got kicked out and then went and pretty promptly jumped on board a ship. The group, sort of tracing his steps, managed to find out that the Bloody Vengeance was a vessel run by orcs and hosted by this one huge orc captained by a man called Scarbelly. And they managed to get information out of him because the Fifth Templar managed to win in a contest of strength against Agro, the first mate of this ship, and in a very close contest just managed to beat him. And they found out as a result that Lucius definitely was on that vessel for a while, and they managed to get to one of the Isles of Moonshay and the Isle of Oman, and on that isle discovered an amulet. And given that the scholar discovered it, they let him keep it, and it didn't seem particularly valuable to Scarbelly. And by the time the man returned, he wandered off he left the ship and decided to go his own way, and he disappeared for a couple of years until he came back to Freeport, a dishevelled and haggard, harrowed-looking man who returned to the temple with his hat in his hands, hugely apologetically, and tried to get back in. The group learned that he was able to get back in by giving over his books, some of which he had collected and some of which he'd written himself about his travels, and giving over this amulet that he had collected. The group kind of continuing to trace his steps, head to the temple, and Borii sneaks off upstairs in the hope of using Seraphina as a distraction, trying to find out some information about this place But she doesn't get far before she gets picked up, and she does notice a few things from some tomes locked behind sort of display cases, locked within display cases, and two very heavy metal-looking doors in the top, at the rear of the temple on the top floor. And before she could get any further, she was sort of accosted by somebody and decided not to press matters and headed back to the main entrance. Meanwhile, Lenneth and the Fifth Templar headed off to go and talk to the High Scholar of the temple. And when they went to go and see him, they found that there was that the High Scholar's name is Milos, and he was a little bit reluctant to have much of a conversation with you, letting you know some brief facts, letting you know that of the amulet, that they had it, basically, that it was taken in as trade for allowing Lucius back into the temple, that he disappeared a couple of days ago, but that they weren't surprised that had happened. It had happened before, and that basically they didn't know where he was. But Lenneth, in her infinite wisdom, and with her powers at her fingertips, decided to try to cast suggestion on him. And he ballsed his saving throw up terribly, and with wide eyes he looks to her, wondering what her command is. And Lenneth, what is it that you ask him to do?
It was so long ago. I can't remember exactly what we were gonna do, but I think it was that he was to show me the magical items and tell us everything that we need to know about Lucius.
So you're a little bit quiet for me, just to let you know.
Oh, is it this thing again?
I think so. So with suggestion,
Is that better?
that's lovely.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with suggestion, you can choose one thing that you want to command him to do. You could cast it again afterwards if you'd like. He'll get another saving throw, but you can choose one thing to try and command him to do.
Wasn't it limited to a sentence or two or something like that?
Yes, but it's got to be like a single command, like a single thing you want him to do.
Okay, then I want to take a look at the magical items that he had brought.
Milos looks down at you and adjusts his horn-rimmed spectacles on his older face, sweeps the hair back on his head, and he says, "As you wish. Follow me." And he steps out of the room, gestures for you to follow. As he opens this sort of very light oak door, the Fifth Templar is standing outside waiting for you, and he leads you to the right. And do you follow him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
As the two of you kind of begin to fall in tow, he leads you down the corridor and through the door at the end, which opens up into a wide area with a spiral staircase on the right, and this wide, it's a huge, back of the temple is a huge room it's got tomes on the walls, and two spiral staircases up each side, one up each side, that lead to the consequent floors upstairs. He leads you up, and you feel this kind of very dark iron banister, and you feel your way up, following him up both flights. He takes you towards one of these huge metal doors at the back, and the metal door on the right. He begins to approach. He turns to you and looks at you through kind of slitting eyes, the light of candlelight sort of, and indeed the light that sort of pours in through large windows, reflecting on his spectacles. And he looks to you and he says, "Wait here. I will go in."
All right.
He steps to the side, heads to the door, covered by his body. You can't see what he does, but you do hear it. It's this kind of grinding of gears, a couple of clicks repeatedly, and then a clunk, and he slides the door open. You can hear that it's got weight to it as he pushes it. It's a slow process. And he steps inside, his long cloak just sort of slipping out and disappearing behind him through the doorway.
Do I see anything through the door?
The door, it's open by about a foot and a half. He literally kind of snuck in through our barely open door.
Okay.
You can roll me a perception check to see what you can see. You can definitely tell that the room is quite dark as he slipped in.
Since I'm with her, can I also?
Yeah,
roll?
if you'd like.
Okay. 21.
16.
So as the two of you peer around the corner, the Templar, you can see that there are a number of display cases. Not only those kind of flat, slightly tilted display cases, but also along the walls, just these huge, very ornate display cases that look like they have... You can't really tell. You can't tell whether it's sort of embellishment in the wood and ironwork, but or whether it's got some kind of like massive security device attached to it. It's hard to tell. It looks special as you peer through, but you can't see anything within it, and you can't see much. You just see the edges of what is clearly like designed to display some kind of item or multiple items, more likely. It takes about 5 minutes for him to retrieve it and return.
5 minutes. Okay, well, if we're gonna wait for 5 minutes, then I'm gonna put a hand on the door and push it open slightly.
You press a hand to the door, and as you reach for the door, you can see one of these young scholars. She's young. She's got flowing sort of auburn hair that curls at the ends, and she's wearing a long scholar robe, and she is hurrying towards you. And as you get close and you begin to push it open, you can see inside these display cases are housing mostly books. There are 3 very, very old, very large books on the display cases along one wall. And you can see that the embellishments are not particularly aesthetic embellishments. They're all seemingly kind of locks and bars to hold this stuff in. It's designed to be seen from outside and never to be touched, from what you can tell. And as you press a hand on it, she reaches up to you and without touching you just kind of says, "Oh, I can't let you do that.
Touch the door.
Sir, you must come away."
I take 1 step back.
Thank you. We're not allowed in there. It's unusual for the High Scholar to let somebody up here with him, but that is his purview. But you're not allowed. You mustn't enter, and you're not really supposed to look.
Have you ever been in there?
We're not permitted to speak of it.
We'll take that as a no then.
I think you should speak of it. I cast suggestion.
Is suggestion a concentration spell?
I don't know.
I think it lasts 8 hours. But,
Oh fuck! I don't want to do that. But fine.
Okay. She just kind of, she takes a few steps backwards and just remains relatively close by, just as a kind of as a guide while you're there. She doesn't look like she's imposing or intimidating or threatening in any way, but rather just kind of making sure that order is maintained, I suppose. You can see her hands kind of fold in front of her, and she just waits nearby. Another few minutes pass, and Milos returns through the door, and you can see that he has a small box in his hand. It's wooden and actually quite ornately carved, and he pulls the door back closed. You can hear it lock, and you can see the scholar, this young scholar woman, looking over to him, looks kind of startled at what he's doing. You can see that she's surprised, but she bows to him as he exits, and she goes about her business, begins to tend to the books along one of these balconies that overlook the main temple. From up here, it's quite glorious. This temple is a relatively large building, one of the biggest buildings that you've seen with an atrium like this. To have it sort of, 3 floors open to the air with just balconies overlooking the central sort of religious hub is quite a sight to behold. As Milos sort of steps up to you with the box, and he says, "This is the amulet that he gave to us."
Thank you. I take it, and I would like to... just a second. haven't used this before.
Is it identify?
Yeah, is that it's a ritual, so does that interfere with the concentration?
No, I don't think so. Not unless it's another concentration spell.
Okay.
But to cast a ritual, you would need to take 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna blow a spell slot instead.
Okay.
And I cast Identify on the amulet.
Hand on my sword.
You take the box from him, and he kind of, you can see that with his task completed, he begins to kind of shake his head, and he's like, concerned. He just kind of looks to you with this frown upon his face, and he's like, what did you do? And you open the box. You can see that he's kind of beginning to come round from the spell, having completed his task. He kind of looks concerned for a moment, and he's trying to sort of garner what's happening. You open the box, and inside you can see it's a beautiful golden amulet. It's relatively large, actually. It has a single clenched fist on it, and a ruby that's encrusted into the center of this clenched fist, like it's holding it almost. The fist looks bold, like it's almost like it's got cracks across the knuckles of the fist, almost like it's made of stone, as it's set into this what must be gold or maybe just very polished brass, but it's beautiful and quite large amulet. You take a moment, cast Identify, place your hand on this item, and it immediately gives you a spark against your hand, and you shake it off, and there's a few kind of blue sparks that just trail off your fingertips and roll over the surface of the amulet like drops of water. Little blue sparks that just hit the box around it and then fizzle out of existence. And it's not dissimilar to the times you used to see Timfer have his magic counterspelled. Feels like the spell had no effect.
That's interesting.
Milos looks, he shakes himself for a moment. He's like, why? How did you? Oh, you're a spellweaver. There are so few of them here. I'm impressed with your talent.
Why, thank you. Do you,
But this, he kind of reaches over to take the box from you.
I'm gonna try to, just pull it away a little bit as I ask him if he can tell us anything more about the amulet.
As you begin to pull the box away, he kind of reaches to try to grab it. I'm going to have the two of you roll a dex, like a contested dex check.
Oh jeez, I rolled a 20. Not natural.
Quicker than he can move, you close the box and just scoop it under your arm. And he's like,
We just want a bit of information, please. It's really important.
A man's life might be at stake.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Hun? Persuasion check.
Oh, sorry. I thought that you were the one that was.
I think both of you thought each other were.
Yeah.
I could see the two of you sitting there.
To do it. Sorry. Which one do you want us? Do you want me or Matthew to roll?
You roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. That is not my best. 18 actually. Wow, that was a good roll for my crappy stats on that.
He looks to you and he says, I think I can no longer trust you with any information. I'm gonna have to ask you to give that back.
You think we should do, Templar?
I think that as a Templar of Neverwinter, protector of magic and secrets, that I'm going to claim this item into our custody for the time being. And it'll be returned to you upon our investigation's completion.
You can see he's beginning to kind of look around him now. There's a couple of scholars and a couple of priests beginning to gather around. Only a few, and only curiously, few people thwart this man around the place, and you can see that he's getting slightly agitated by the situation. And he says, "There is no better place, Templar, than this. We keep items like... This is what we do. Return it to me. It must remain here, and it must remain secret."
No.
You would do well not to make an enemy of this place, not to make an enemy of me.
Are you implying that you've done something like this in the past? Perhaps harmed one of your staff?
You can see him looking left and right. Says, "Return it to me. I need it."
So much I want to say, but it's difficult to pick my words carefully.
You can see he's kind of lowered his voice so that the other scholars and priests can't hear him when he says that.
Oh, so he's keeping his voice down.
He wasn't, now he is. That last comment, he kept it quiet.
I think you're onto something here, Iffy.
I say we leave. And if you want to stop us, librarian, you're more than welcome to do so. But I call out now. I have my voice lower, but now I call out. But there's no need for violence, sir. Honestly, it's not necessary. Please, do not harm the fair woman. Try and make a scene.
You
I
can see
had to look a bit startled.
he looks left and right around. Some of the priests are looking like concerned. The scholars too, beginning to kind of get worried. He looks to you and he says, "You have made an enemy this day, sir."
We'll see. Ready to go, Lenneth?
Yes. Start scampering down the stairs.
All right.
I go with her.
You scamper
Scamper.
down the steps. You can see as you leave him, his fists are clenched at his sides, thunder on his face, and your experience of him is that he's not a warrior, and this place is it's not prepared for this kind of assault, and he allows you to leave. You head down the stairs and rejoin your group in the main atrium.
Everyone's there now?
Yeah, everyone's there now. Borii was escorted down with Mr. Runkle kind of scaring off the woman that brought him down, which was actually the same woman that later kind of hesitated with you. Seraphina has tidied up all the things that she had cluttered and created a mess with in order to distract people. Everybody's there, I think.
I got something that might help us, so
And we should probably also leave.
yes.
What did you do with?
That's not my name.
You don't. Let's tell you all about it later, Seraphina.
Mm.
Tell us about it now.
Walk quickly now.
Don't worry. Shh. Okay, keep your voice down, okay? Be quiet. Take it
There's so many books I want to read all these books here. It's nice.
Oh, I'm so sick of books.
Start heading out.
Let's get out of here.
Okay.
Okay.
You step outside and what was relatively bright early morning sunshine has become noonday rain. It's relatively hard and the ground has become soft with the impact of this sort of sudden shower. It's dark and slightly stormy, but there's not a crack of thunder in the air. It's not that kind of rain. It's fresh, cold.
Combat weather.
Is it muddy?
Lightly, yeah.
You say it's welly weather?
Yeah. If you happen
Yeah,
to have
welly.
wellies, absolutely. Then you're fine.
Yeah, they are stereotypical, like, bright yellow Wellington boots, you know, big rubber ones.
Do you splash in a puddle?
Think about it. Think of it. Just getting ready.
Mr. Uncle steps into like a particularly soft bit of ground, looks at his paw, wipes it off.
Where are we going?
I was just gonna ask, where do you guys wanna head next?
A courier is sprinting up towards the door. He looks like clearly he's a runner of some kind. He's got a small satchel of letters and parcels, and he's jogging up towards the front. And as he kind of sees you exit, he kind of rushes up towards you, and he's like, "Oh, excuse me, sirs. I need to get inside."
Is he wearing a wizard's hat and riding a donkey? Sorry.
How did you know that? No, he looks like he's wearing sort of rainy type gear. He looks like he was well prepared for this kind of event, and he's got a small satchel of letters and notes that are just strapped over his shoulder. He's young. He's only maybe 13.
Oh, is the missive for High Librarian Milos here?
With you.
Yeah, like asking him if he has it.
Oh, he
Is
says.
the missive that he's waiting for, has it arrived?
He says, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of instructed not to give it to anyone else, but yeah, I'm not really supposed to give it to anyone else. But yeah.
I'm a Knight of Ogma. I work for High Scholar Milos.
He looks at you. Roll me a deception check.
I didn't know you were.
Really bad.
Who?
1. Didn't buy it.
Natural 1. He looks to you. He's like, I haven't seen many knights like you around here. Sorry, I kind of got to give it to him personally. He shuffles past you and pulls it from the satchel as he goes past, scoots around and heads inside.
Worth a try.
I just look at the guy. I'm just like, what are you doing?
He's obviously hiding something. He refused to help us.
Who?
Milos, the High Scholar. The one that Agil asked us to speak to.
You think he has something to do with?
He
Possibly.
was not very helpful
No.
and kind of secretive as well. I don't think everything is as it should be here.
Is the courier still there?
No, Courier's gone. He's hurried inside, like, particularly with realizing that something's not okay here, he's hurried inside. Like, he scampered past and now he's gone with this little letter.
So, did we get, did we have an inn to go to yet? That we have ordered rooms in?
Yeah.
Okay.
The broken mug. No.
Broken?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Nope.
No? No?
Sorry.
That's
No.
cool.
Scholar's cool? Yeah, okay.
That's one way that we attacked all the people.
Yeah, okay.
They attacked us.
Shouldn't go back
So
Yeah, that's true.
self-defense.
Well, there's something else I can try to do to find Lucius as well. But it's gonna take some time, so we can do that by nightfall, I guess.
Okay. Well, we managed to get the amulet, but he was not very keen on giving it to us. He said that he needs it, not so much that the temple needs it.
and it's protected by some sort of magic. I'm not entirely sure what.
Yeah.
Ooh, can I see it?
Maybe not out in the rain.
Yeah. You can take a look at it inside.
Okay. Let's go.
I pet her head.
Go. In my whirly boot.
She hurries down the street.
No idea where I'm going.
Mr. Runkle pads after.
Keep up, Bugs.
Sue, where are you heading? To the Scholar's Quill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. It's only a few blocks away as you head down increasingly muddy streets. The courier kind of, as you head out, you can see him kind of running down another street behind you, just in the rain. And you head down the next street and ultimately hit the Scholar's Quill. It's a nice sort of Hogwartsy type little building, sort of Victorian era almost. It's got these large wooden posts that hold up the walls that are otherwise kind of not brick, but they're stone almost. And you head on in through the front door, and the one of the barmaids steps up and she just kind of says, "Oh, hi, and how are you doing? You look like you could use a rest, and we've got the fire going. Can I take your coats?"
Still wearing a coat.
Nope. I'd like to keep mine.
Oh, okay. No offense taken.
But thank you.
We've got a table for you.
Is there perchance food?
Sunrise and sunset on the dot.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I feel like we've had this conversation before.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt to try, Fairgrand.
All right. Well, if you want some drinks, you know where to find me. She scampers back, this halfling behind the bar, and
Thank you. Should we go up to the room and take a look at this thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I head up.
I follow.
I follow.
Yes.
you'll head upstairs into it's up onto the next floor. Second floor has got a few of the rooms in it. There's a third floor up there, but it tends to be reserved for staff to be sleeping in. And on the second floor, you find one of your 3 rooms. Each of them has got 2 single beds in. The one you step into has got 2 beds that are kind of connected, so 2 people are going to get slightly uncomfortable later as you step in. There's a little chair and a very small writing desk. It's not that big a room, but a couple of you kind of perch on the desk and sit on the bed. And Lenneth, what do you do?
I sit down on the floor and I take up the pen that I collected from Lucia's house.
Quill?
It's the quill, yeah. And the amulet, I just put it next to it for show.
Okay.
And I cast scrying.
Alright.
I stand in the doorway, keeping an eye open.
I sit next to Lenneth, cross-legged, and just watch.
I'd like to talk to Theron,
Theron.
if that's his name.
Yes.
That is your name, yeah.
Yes.
I get it right.
It is.
Theron,
Yes, fair.
what do you think our plan should be?
We need to. We need to find the missing lad. That's what we need to do.
No, not just beyond that. Beyond like the next day.
God, I don't
What are
know.
we gonna do? What are we gonna do with Borii?
I think Borii is enjoying herself.
I don't think we get to stay here though. This town seems like the worst place.
To raise
full
a
of
child.
pirates. Yeah.
To raise our daughter is what my head is saying.
You want a nice community with a school.
Should we go back to water? We can't go back to water. Where do we go?
Just gonna become like 2.5 men. This show. With a bear.
I don't think we can stay here. I mean, maybe stay here for a little bit. Then I think we need to leave.
Okay, go. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Okay. Let's maybe do a little bit of work, get a little bit of money behind us. We're gonna pay off these blue gnome idiots. And then
Idiots, they're saviors of Faerun. They're crazy.
I roll my eyes.
I bring out the mirror as well, by the way. I need that to cast the spell.
So Lenneth, as you sit there with Borii kind of cross-legged, just sat next to you watching, you see the Fifth Templar kind of get jostled to one side as Mr. Runkle tries to get into the room. So, like leaving this trail behind him that one of the barmaids is just kind of cleaning up vigorously. She leaves as Mr. Runkle just kind of sits in the corner of the room, like rocks against the chair and knocks it to one side. And as the chair gets knocked, Mr. Runkle kind of looks at it out of one corner of his eye, like,
"Oh, Runkle."
So the scrying spell is since I've only heard of the target, it's going to be +5 save, but since I have an item from the target, it's a -4. I'm not quite sure how this works.
yeah. So basically, he rolls a d20, or I might actually have you roll the d20. Makes more sense. Bit more fun. So just roll me a straight up d20, and we'll add +5 to the modifier and -4. So it'll be a +1 in the end.
Doesn't seem like
I
it.
roll a 7. I do not see anything.
Give me a sec. Ooh.
Wait, can I cast scrying as a ritual? No.
You can't cast scrying as a ritual, but as you finish the spell, you concentrate for a moment, and your vision retreats from you, and the room and the voices of you hearing Borii like telling off Mr. Runkle and the two guys having a conversation about what the plan is, what are they going to do with Borii. All of that begins to shrink away, and you're sort of sat there in silence for a moment. And then your vision kind of clears, and you find yourself kind of in a, like, completely black space. You can't see anything. And you kind of in your sort of vision, you look around as best you can to see something, and you can see literally nothing, and then you hear his voice. It's just saying, "Help! Help! Hello!" And you just hear this thudding. Boom, 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 boom. Hello! Hello! God, I better not do that too loud. I just suddenly realised somebody's gonna call the police. Yeah, you just hear him crying for help, and you hear this kind of knocking against wood, this banging against wood. And as you look around, it's complete pitch black.
Oh, crap. Just a second, I'm just reading on the...
How does Lenneth look like to us?
She sits
She,
there,
like,
and she's sitting there, she closes her eyes and she frowns for a moment, and then she opens her eyes and they're just clear white.
Yeah, walking out.
And she sits there, her face completely set, wide-eyed, just staring.
Okay. Let's see.
Badass.
Yeah, I might as well end the spell.
You blink and your vision returns.
Okay.
I'm in your face like this.
There, Borii! You want to look at the amulet now?
Yes.
What'd you find?
I couldn't really see anything, but it sounded like he was in trouble. So
Okay.
I might try it again, but I need to wait until tomorrow evening before I can do that again.
Did you get an idea of where he might be?
No, none at all. It sounded like he was trapped somewhere. Like he was hammering on wooden walls or something like that.
Like in a boat?
I guess it could be a boat.
It's plausible.
Lenneth, the quality of the sound sounded like if it was a room, it was a very small room.
Okay. Yeah, from a really small room, so I guess it could be on a boat, yeah. You're thinking the captain is up to no good?
A Scarbelly?
I don't trust that orc as far as I can throw him.
Well, he didn't seem like he had any reason to lie. He-
Other than the fact he's a dirty monster.
Well, given that, he had nothing ill to say of the man, just that he was a scholar and he paid well. Keep in mind, they did keep their word. I did get to speak to them and no harm came to me, so they have some honor.
Well, since no one is really keen on talking in this town, and the scrying spell didn't work, where can we find the information we need to figure out where he is?
I don't suppose any of you know any spells for locating people.
Well, apart from this one.
Apart from my spell to locate people.
You all know there's another spell.
Is there?
Is that?
The locate person?
Yeah. Do you know that spell?
No. But we could try to find it in the city. There's a magic shop somewhere.
Borii, you open this little wooden box, and inside is this relatively large, circular amulet that's gold, maybe even just very, very polished brass, big fist in the center of it, a ruby encrusted in it.
Can
So
I roll a check on it, see if I know anything about it?
Yeah. You pick it up and, like, have a play with it kind of stuff?
Yeah. Just mess about with it.
Okay, roll me a, like an investigation check.
Good. 10.
You break it.
Uh-oh.
What?
You're fiddling with it and playing with it, and the ruby you find just kind of is loose, and you just, as you're playing with it, you pull the ruby out and the whole thing falls apart. This huge back piece just comes completely away. The ruby comes off in your other hand, and to the floor, this little, this fist, this sort of brass fist, just boom, boom, hits the ground relatively hard, and it just hits the ground in front of you.
Oh boy.
Borii!
Borii!
Maybe it's supposed to do that?
What happens if you put the ruby back into the amulet?
Is there anything now that it's fallen apart that is apparent that wasn't there before? Is there like something?
The little tiny ruby just looks like a very small gem. This back plate is heavy, but the little this little brass fist that's a little bit craggy, like it's got little like you can see It's got little veins all running over the hand, like it's a proper little fist. It looks like it may be made of brass. It's got almost a little cuff that with what looks like stonework on the cuff, and the fist itself has got like little cracks over it, like it might even be made of stone. Except it's made of brass, obviously. But there's a hook on the back that looks like this itself is a little pendant.
Oh.
Maybe the magic is gone now from the. Okay. Okay, Borii, if you hold it out, I'm gonna try something on it. Okay. I will cast Identify on the fist alone, the little tiny fist.
You
Little
concentrate,
tiny fist.
you reach out to Bori's hand, and as your fingers touch the metal, there's this spark that's quite painful. It's like a static electric shock that's quite strong, like multiplied in your hand, and you feel it, and it kind of jerks up your arm and makes your hand twitch uncomfortably, and there's this shower of blue sparks that fall over Bori's hand and roll off her fingers like water.
Yeah.
Should
Did
you
that
get?
happen before?
It has, yeah.
Would you like me to cast Identify on the gem?
Yes.
Okay. I do that. I cast Identify on the gem.
You
But I grab it in my fist and I clench hard.
clench hard. This is how people lose fingers, you think, as you hold on to it, you cast Identify, hope for the best, and this kind of information begins to flow through you, and you get the sense that this is indeed a small but perfect ruby.
Ah.
Flawless and as a consequence kind of worth maybe 50 to 100 gold pieces. It's quite a nice little item.
I tell everyone that.
Ooh.
Do I know anything about these kind of protection magics that surround items that we've seen a few times?
You could roll me an
Sure,
Arcana check if you like. If any, in
Arcana.
any of your studies. Yeah.
24?
You've heard of objects that are resistant to being identified. There are certain curses that can prevent an object being identified, and certain cursed objects can indeed prevent themselves being identified. But it's rare. You're also aware that kind of any sort of enchantment of that nature can be removed, but it would take a lot of powerful magic, and it has a reasonably good chance of removing the enchantment on the item itself. Like all of the enchantments. It's hard to selectively remove an enchantment from an item. You can disenchant an item entirely.
Alright. Well, we've spoken to the captain, we've spoken to the temple, we've been to his house. What else have we not done that we could do?
Sure.
So he's been missing for 2 days.
Yeah.
Mm. He headed home.
Where was he last seen again?
In his home, on the way to his home. He was at the temple the day before he went missing, and he headed home that night. We didn't scout around the house to look for clues if we could see, like, footprints or...
No. Cabs, what's between... I don't know, it's probably pretty vague, but do we know what's between the temple and his house? Anything noteworthy? Like buildings, businesses, and temples?
Bad pubs.
Bad pubs?
You're aware that, like, the temple district, as far as you've seen when you were looking through it, looks like it's mostly residential buildings for the scholars and priests that work at the temple. There's only one temple, and it's the Temple of Ogma, to which you've been. So it looks like there were a good couple of buildings between, and as you get closer to the temple, the buildings get bigger generally. You're not quite sure what a number of them were used for, but as you get closer to the priest's house, they become mostly residential buildings. Quite small. Where the priest lived, they're all quite small little residential properties. His was particularly small.
Okay. I'm gonna head back and look for signs outside of his house.
Maybe his neighbors saw something?
Maybe.
Unless someone else has a better idea.
Nope.
Nope, we can do that.
Chelsea, go on.
Should we turn into groups of two and ask the neighbors, and one can look for clues around the house?
Yeah, I'll look for clues.
Yeah, sounds good.
I will talk to neighbors.
Alright.
The group heads out back into the rain and returns to Lucius's house. It's a very small little building. It's as you get to it, it looks kind of almost ghost-like in the fact that it's clearly not being lived in. There's no candles or lights on even in the darkness, and the rain pouring down outside just makes the whole thing gives the whole thing a slightly spooky feel. As a couple of you step up to the door, you can see that there are small buildings on either side of equal size. One of them looks like it's got all the lights off. The other one has a small candle in the front window, giving a little bit of illumination, but it's otherwise quiet on the street.
Okay, so we're gonna try and look for clues outside his house.
Yes. Looking for it.
Footprints, that kind of thing.
Dusting for prints.
Is it getting dark, did you say?
Yeah, it's not nighttime, it's just that the clouds are thick overhead.
What's the ground like outside his house? Is it like paved or is it like dirt?
Dirt.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's got like the whole place has got this sort of like muddy vibe now, and it's right up to his door as well. There's no paving, no entryway, no porch. It's
Is it the
it's
same
a
as what's in
cheap
his
house.
basement?
Sorry?
Is it the same as what is in the basement?
In the basement it's dry and it's like packed dirt. There's a sort of layer of loose dirt over the top of it, but it looks like it's the same kind of earth that's outside as best you can tell, except that it's packed and dry rather than loose and now muddy. There's grass
Okay.
outside too. There's no grass in his basement.
Okay. Ignoring the footprints of us six and the other guy, can I try and look for footprints coming in and out of his house?
Sure. Yeah, roll me an investigation check, or a survival check even, for prints. As you begin to sort of look through the look at the mud and try and spot if there's any kind of prints that people have left.
Sorry to say that for a ranger, my survival is pretty bad. Maybe I should have picked that. Seems important. It's 19, never mind.
Nice.
Looking around, you can definitely make out the prints of your party. Mr. Runkle has destroyed a good few of them, but as you look around, you can see that the rain has swept like most chance of finding any sort of usable old prints away. And as you step in, you can see that there are like muddy footprints inside the house that diminish.
That are ours?
It's hard to.
Not ours.
You haven't been inside the building yet.
What, inside his house?
You've been inside that building before, but
Not recently.
not
Since it
recently.
was muddy.
Oh shit. Has someone else been in here?
It's a
Okay.
single set of prints.
What do the prints look like?
Yeah. What do they look like? Are they human? Are they shoes?
Like,
Uh,
Talons?
you look
Talons! Talons! The jackal! The jackal!
you look closely. You look closely at them, and they look to be small, humanoid, barefoot.
Barefoot.
Not
Like
barefoot. Barefoot.
Okay.
it wasn't Rascal.
What is it?
Can I? I'm gonna cast Detect Magic with the sword and maintain that.
Ooh.
Just to have that active.
Okay.
Okay. Let's follow the footprints.
I'd like to try and make take a print of the footprint in case we need to identify someone later.
Oh, that's
by
Do you-
the print.
What have you got? You could take a print with. Have you got like parchment or?
I don't probably have parchment, but I do have weaver's tools, which might have some cloth in.
You knit yourself like, a single sheet.
I was making myself some leggings earlier, and this was like the scraps that were left over.
It makes sense because she makes ponchos for Mr. Runkle, so it's
I
safe to say she
do.
probably has patches of cloth, right?
I
So
want to make all of my own clothes.
So you take a piece of pale
Can I
cloth
take
that's one of your
like a-
offcuts.
Sorry.
You place it down over, like carefully over. I want you to roll me a,
tinkering.
yeah, why not a tinkering check? Why not? It's a sleight of hand based check, so either tinkering or so tinkering works because you would be proficient in the use of it. It's fine.
And I don't know if it's tinkering. Is
No,
it? Like...
just roll me a straight up dex check. Like it's light-handed, light touch, trying to kind of get this to work.
But why don't I do sleight of hand? Like, is that
Yeah, sleight of hand will work. Yeah, that works fine.
that's dex based, right? 19.
You have a reasonably good time of it as you kind of roll this piece out carefully over and you lift it up and you think that you've got like a reasonable sense of the size of the foot. You have like a dirty print on this piece of cloth.
Nice.
If you keep it relatively safe and dry it somewhere, then you reckon you could probably place somebody's foot on it to see if it was the right size, or you could match it to somebody's feet, CSI style.
That is an odd skill for a child to possess.
Now we just need to round up the village.
So when I'm tracking something, I can tell how long ago they passed through the area.
Very nice. As you're kind of looking at the at how wet the mud is, you kind of take a finger and touch it. It's dried slightly, but not very much. You think it looks like someone was here within the last hour.
Really?
I cast Pass Without Trace on all of us in the house.
You watch as because you stepped into the house and you're tracking these prints easily, and the other prints are actually like slightly difficult to track because of yours. And as you look back, all of your muddy footprints just disintegrate, just leaving only her or his or its footprints behind.
Aha. Mm-hmm. It's a him, her, or it.
Where do the prints go to?
As you're looking at them, they do look small. Like, they look small humanoids, so like woman or maybe like a child. Like, it could be Bories, except they're maybe slightly bigger than Bories.
Okay, so first we're accusing the bear, now we're throwing Borii in there.
What I'm saying is,
Persecution go.
Borii did it.
Okay, let's follow them. Stealthy.
Stealthily.
Sword drawn.
Are we
hand
all
out.
here or did we split?
I feel like we're all into this.
We're all into this?
You're on to this.
Yeah.
I run something.
Following.
Well, it's the
All right.
episode.
So, as you all kind of your footprints disappear, and you begin to step through the house silently, following Berogrand, who's just tracking these prints. You see Berogrand kind of follow the prints up to this desk that's on the left-hand side, and you can see that the papers are scattered across the surface of the desk. There's a ink pot that's now turned on its side, and there's like ink that's kind of trickled out slightly, but it's mostly dried. And you can see that something took place here, and the prints continue off around to the side and look like they head downstairs.
Okay, we're following stealthily though, yeah.
Stealthily, yes.
You stealth up, head down, and roll me stealth checks. Yes, stealth checks for everybody who's going to go down.
Stealth checks across the board.
Everyone gets plus 10.
Plus 10.
Fine. I'm wearing inappropriate
Advantage or
footwear.
just plus 10, you said?
Plus
Huh? Plus 10.
Okay, it's 21.
28.
38.
Oh, what a show off.
23. Oh, and Runks.
Just Runkle's going down too.
How do I roll in stealth? He doesn't have like, is it just dex?
Yeah, if he doesn't have a bonus
Yeah, he
to
doesn't,
stealth.
yeah. 18, go Runks. Yeah.
Super Runkle. Tiptoes up.
We lost Evan.
Yeah, 1-7.
Where's Evan?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
New level of stealth. Not even on the joke.
She rolled stealth. That's awesome.
I can't see her. Can we take a quick pee break?
Yes, pee break. As you head to this trapdoor, gently lift it and begin to sneak down.
I lost my internet.
Oh wait, she's back.
Pee break.
Yeah. We're going for a pee break.
Huh?
We're going for a break.
Oh. This reminds me of the Seymour music in Final Fantasy X.
I can see that.
When you talk to him on the mountain.
I'm not getting any music.
What?
Nope.
Refresh.
Yeah. There we go. Now fine. How's Final Fantasy going?
Great.
You up to dungeons yet?
I am.
I keep changing class all the time now. Because I come into a new area and I'm like, shit, there's no experience here. And then I just start something new, so I'm level 1 again.
Oh, okay.
But I'm level 18 with my ranger, but I do enjoy playing the conjurer better. So, was it conjurer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, if we could do like a sneaky thing, is that
yeah.
I don't have any spell slots left, but you could ask the neighbors what's going on, and I could cast detect thoughts. So I could like be all sneaky around the corner and see what people are actually thinking, but not maybe saying to you.
Aren't we all with them now?
Hmm?
But we're all with the other guys now.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Oh, after.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or well, tomorrow. I need to rest before I can do that.
Do what?
Cast detect thoughts.
Oh.
Use all your spell slots.
Yeah. Suggestion, identify. All
But-
2-level spells. Hmm?
You know you can cast detect thoughts using another slot, right?
On a higher level?
Yeah. It won't affect the efficiency of the spell, but you can still blow another spell slot,
Oh, okay. Well, that's not a problem. I didn't know you could do that.
right?
That
Cass?
makes sense.
Guys, that's a lot of spell slots you blew.
Well, then that would be an option too. I haven't considered that before.
That's a thing, right, Kebs?
What's that?
Yeah.
Like if you let's say hypothetically you want to cast Misty Step or Detect Thoughts, and that's a level 1 or 2 spell, but you have like a shitload of level 3 and 4 slots, you can use one of those slots instead.
Yeah, you can use a higher level spell slot to cast a lower level spell.
Okay.
Even if it's not like stackable in a way.
Yeah, even if
With
it
the
doesn't say
dimension.
you don't get extra effects for
No,
doing
exactly.
it, but you can blow the spell slot at a higher level to cast a low level spell. But it does blow the high level slot.
Oh my gosh.
D&D, learning things every day.
Why haven't I thought about that before?
It's a complicated game.
Still noob. So many spells, so little time.
All right, so we're now following Beargrand into the basement.
Stealthy do.
So who's going first? Old Beargrand, I assume.
I am.
He's
In
on
which
the trail.
case-
I'm right behind Beargrand.
I'm in the back.
So
Yeah,
did you
right
guys?
behind Borii.
Oh, say so with Pass Without a Trace, you need to add an extra 10 to your stealth checks, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so 28, 38 on Seraphina, 22 on Theron, 23. Mr. Runkle gets a 28. Lenneth
Yeah.
gets a 30. Yeah, well done. Okay. So, incredibly quietly, Beargrand lifts the lid on this, lifts the hatch that leads to the basement, gently places it back against the side, and begins gradually to step in. You begin to step down into the basement, and you swear, Beargrand, you hear something move. And you stop for a moment, just instinctively. You hear, like, the shuffling of feet, like feet against dirt.
Okay. Is you see anything?
Roll me a perception check.
Yeah, I give everyone a little, like, stop, Navy SEAL. That's 20.
You concentrate for a moment and peer down, and you can see these two bare feet, kind of dirty and a little tiny bit caked in mud around the edges, because you can just see these 2 feet, like, because you're looking down and you've got the lip of the thing and the
Okay.
darkness, you can just see these feet ahead of you. They're not pointing towards you, they're pointing away, and the hem of what looks like a dress, as it scuffs a few steps and then steps again to the side and again to the side, and then she's kind of stepping away from you.
Okay, no worries. It's like wait, like 10 seconds, like as she gets a little bit further, and then take another step down the steps.
You watch as she, like, steps away. She's facing the bookcases by the looks of things on the left-hand side, and you just see her feet kind of scuffle back a couple of steps and further a couple of steps as she, always facing the bookcase, keeps moving further and further away from you and stops and starts. As she gets further away, you take another step down, and as you can see a little more of her, you can see this sort of what looks like a kind of silk dress with a frayed hem that is slightly, like, biased in length, so that it's down lower on the left hand side than it is on the right, like it's ill fitted slightly, and you can see she's this sort of waif of a thing as she as you can see these hands look like youthful hands sort of pressing and peering around and brushing over the shelves of these bookcases, and you can just hear her in the background just, it must be here, must be here, I know that he's lying.
And what's she doing? You're looking for something.
Looks like
On the
she's
book, okay.
she's really investigating these shelves. actually reminds you a touch of Seraphina when she was investigating. Has that kind of feel to it, like this kind of really careful, pushing every rock, running your hands over every surface.
Okay.
She doesn't seem to have noticed you.
And is she like a halfling or like a little girl?
She looks human, young, probably not as young as Borii. She looks... she's got this... she looks like she can't be older than 20, though. Very slim, too. She's like a waif.
Okay. Am I at the bottom of the steps?
If you'd like to be, yeah, you can keep stepping down towards her. And as you see, she's got this very youthful face, hasn't turned to notice you, is looking, has this kind of expression on her face that's one of kind of concern and curiosity, trying to find something on these shelves.
Okay. I get to the bottom of the steps. How far away is she from me?
You reckon she's maybe 20 to 25 feet away? She's not that far.
I'm gonna charge at her and I'm gonna attack her.
Oh!
To the floor.
All right.
Yeah.
You just nimbly sprint across the room, this dwarf, and you lunge into her. I'm going to have you roll a contested strength check to grab her.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. Okay. 4.
So Beregrand, you just start running across the room towards her, and she doesn't really notice you approach. And I'm actually going to give you advantage on the roll.
18.
Yeah, because you feel like you've caught her unawares, you dive at her and you go to grab her, and as you hit her, you feel like she's way stronger than she looks. You slam into the side of her and she takes a step back from the impact, but she's like a hair taller than you and she doesn't go down. She pulls back and she's like, who are you? What are you doing? And she kind of begins to sort of push you off gently.
Okay, I pull my crossbow on her.
She takes a step back and holds her hand up, and she, as you see this expression on her face, she's got this sort of this long, very, very dark hair against very pale skin, which sort of makes her skin look even paler. She's very youthful, and quite beautiful, actually, as this hair, which seems sort of impossibly well-groomed, and this long kind of silk dress that's kind of frayed at the bottom and slightly ill-fitted, like it's just slightly too big for her. And she looks to you with this kind of wild eyes and this slightly creepy smile on her face, and she says, "Is this a game?"
I don't say anything. I just keep my crossbow trained on it, and I cast Hunter's Mark.
All right.
Smooth.
Have we all gone down the steps now?
Yes, you can if you'd like.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I walk up next to Bear.
She smiles, and she just says, "So many of you. Is it a game? Who are you?"
Who are you, lady?
What are you doing in Lucius's home?
"I'm looking for something. It's hiding from me. But I can't find it. Are you looking for it too?"
You're weird. What is it?
"It's a little thing. Precious thing."
What does it look like?
"I'm not supposed to speak of it."
Why not?
"The priest said he gave it back, but I don't believe him. It's here. If I find it, the Lord will be pleased."
If you tell us what it looks like, we can help you find it.
Her eyes widen roll me a persuasion or deception check.
I don't know if I'm trying to trick her. I
That's
think
the
I'm pretty
question.
genuine. I'm gonna go persuasion. 21.
Her eyes widen as this kind of, because you're a gnome, are you, or are you?
I'm a gnome, yeah.
You're a child gnome, so you're teeny.
Yeah, pretty small.
But she sees the kind of your childlike nature. It kind of matches her personality, and she looks to you and she's like, "Yes, yes, it's a little thing like a necklace. The Lord will make me his favorite."
What does it look like? What kind of necklace?
She kind of frowns. "I don't know. But it's precious. I'll know it if I see it."
What's it used for?
"I don't know. But the Lord wants it. And if the Lord wants it, I will get it for him. I will be his favorite. Iris is his favorite."
I think that's a bit fluffy.
She has this kind of saddened look on her face at the mention of Iris.
Who's the Lord?
She kind of looks at you. She says, "The Sea Lord."
Oh, Milton Drac.
"Yes."
Milton who?
Drac?
Sea Lord sounds
Milton
much
Jack?
"Yes."
Sea Lord.
Wait,
Do you
he
know
sent
him?
you here?
"No, he doesn't know I'm here. He believes him, but I don't. I think he's lying. And I think it's here. Will you help me find it?"
My head hurt.
Um,
I'll help you find it. Start helping her look for something.
She beams for a moment and she begins to kind of feel around the shelves with you. "When we
okay, I
find
go
it."
to another shelter. Okay.
You're like pretending to look on the
Yeah.
shelves. Like,
I walk up to Bear Grant and lean down and I just kind of whisper to him, "Are we really gonna carry on with this farce?"
I didn't say anything. I just keep my beady eyes and my crossbow trained around.
I just stand there, watch with arms crossed.
as she's kind of searching with you, Borii, she looks to you and she just says, "I'm Sally.
I'm Borii.
It's good to meet
Sally.
you."
You
You
too.
weirdo.
She looks to
That's
you.
my bear, Mr. Rum.
"Huh? That's your bear. I can't conjure creatures yet."
Don't know what conjure means.
"How did you get him? Is he
Made him.
real?"
I mean, kind of real.
She looks confused for a moment and she looks at you and she says, "Are you like me?" And she opens her hand and these little sparks begin to swirl in her hand.
Ooh.
They're dark, very dark, almost like sparks of black light swirling in her the palm of her hand.
Ooh. Kinda. And I cast. What do I have? I don't really have anything that looks cool. I cast invisibility on myself. And then immediately take it off again.
And so the moment you turn invisible, she looks and she kind of concentrates for a moment, like she's going to do something, and then you reappear and she looks to you, she's like, I was going to come with you. We could play there.
Okay. Wait, where?
In the
Oh,
other
there.
place.
Yes. Yep, that one. Yeah. That'd be nice.
What's Theron doing?
Start to get creeped out.
I'm just standing beside Bear, but kind of keeping an eye on Borii. Not sure what to do.
She continues to look on the shelves, and she's scouting around, looking, and as time goes on, she becomes increasingly concerned and saddened. And maybe a little bit
upstairs.
panicked.
I go upstairs.
You step up, and you can see that as you step, your footprints continue to disintegrate behind you. You step up into the landing. The room is quiet. You can hear the rain outside.
I'm gonna stand in the doorway, keep an eye out.
Okay.
I go up to Serafina, and I whisper to her, "Do you think she's looking for the little pendant that we found?"
I think so. I'm just glad Borii hasn't put 2 and 2 together.
Huh?
I'm glad Borii hasn't put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
I have the ruby, by the way.
Is it well hidden? The necklace?
Who are you talking to?
Lena,
Huh?
is it well hidden?
I think. Does Borii have the necklace?
I've got the fist.
He has the little fist.
Yeah, and Matt's got the ruby.
Yeah. Then I know.
You can hear her beginning to get like increasingly panicked, and she starts to say, "I can't find it. Oh, the Lord will be so angry if he knows I'm gone and I didn't come back with anything. I wasn't supposed to go, but I didn't believe the man. I thought he was lying. But if it's not here..." She just starts to get really nervy.
Don't worry, we'll find it. What man was lying?
The strange man, the priest man. He looked like he was lying. People lie.
Maybe he's got it still.
She kind of begins to look for a moment. She says, "Do you think he still has it? Where could he have hidden it? He was stripped and beaten."
Oh. By the Lord?
She kind of shrinks back. "The Lord would never do that himself.
Oh, okay.
I shouldn't talk about it. He's a good person, really. He really wants to find out what happened. I can't talk about it." She says, "Do you think he has it on him somewhere?"
Maybe.
"I need to find it. I will go and find it." She looks at you and she says, "Maybe I'll see you again."
Yeah, maybe. In the other place that I know about.
She smiles at you and brings her hands up to her form, and just her form begins to shimmer for a moment. Gentle kind of silver sparks float over her, and she becomes slightly transparent and shimmers and disappears from view.
I liked her, she was nice.
Do I get a sense of where she is if my hunter's mark's still on her?
Your hunter's mark Let me just check something about your hunter's mark.
Oh, hold on. I touch my... As she does that, I touch my gem of true sight.
Nice. You touch your gem of true sight. Fuck, I need to check something with true sight now.
And I'm standing in the doorway. Just saying.
Awesome. Awesome. Oh, unbelievable. You touch your gem of true sight and you peer around you. The whole world becomes a spectrum of almost like you see the outline of objects that shimmer, because you're seeing not only kind of everything that's invisible, but you peer out into the ethereal plane itself. And as you peer out, you can see this shimmering form of this girl. And she's not as you saw her. She stands with this long dark hair around the same height, with this same kind of clear skin. She's still young, but her face is purple, bright, deep purple, like vivid deep purple. She has long talons on the end of her hands, and you can even kind of see her giggle to herself as she kind of scampers through the room and begins to exit up the steps.
Okay. I'm gonna do my best to pretend I don't see her.
I like look away like la-di-da. Mm-hmm.
As she gets to the top of the stairs, I'm gonna casually start walking upstairs, like not looking at her. What do I see as I get to the top of the stairs?
You like it's like when Frodo puts the ring on. That's the kind of experience you have as you pass through. Just like you're stepping through the ethereal plane, but you're in reality just moving through. People are watching you step through the room, not knowing where you're headed, but clearly you've seen something that nobody else has seen. They look to see what you're looking at. They can't see anything as you begin to stalk your prey. Stepping up the steps, you look out. And you can see her kind of looking around and looking behind her, and she sees you for a moment, and she kind of smiles and giggles, like believing there's no... Roll me a deception check.
What?
Oh god.
God.
She sees you and she's like...
Be cool, Barragran. Deception. It's really good. It's -1.
As you just... like whistle to yourself, looking around, look at the decor. And she kind of looks at you and she giggles for a moment and she begins to run.
Right, she's out the door.
She's on her, like, so the moment that you see her begin to run, like, you have an option to do something, so she just starts running from the room. In this kind of young girl, long kind of dress flowing out behind her, she's starting to sprint for the door.
Okay. I let her get out the door, but I follow her.
Alright.
Does it run through me?
Yeah, did she run through Matt?
Yeah, like you watch as she bolts towards the Templar, and she just passes right through him like a ghost from your perspective. And all the 5th Templar sees is you staring at, like, almost at the floor in front of him, looking up and then wide-eyed looking at him.
Okay, I barge past him.
You just run. All you see, the 5th Templar just looks as you look up at him, wide-eyed, and you just start running at him. The 5th Templar in full plate just looks at you. What are you going to do?
Stay here, look after Borii! And I'm running after this person, trying to be stealthy, but trying to track him as well. Trying to keep up with her.
Okay.
I just shake my head and stay where I am.
He barges past you and runs into the street, seeing that this girl is leaving no trace as she passes just through the ethereal plane, rushing. So you can keep up with her if that's what you want to do. Her speed is... Oh, no, you can't, can you? You're a dwarf.
My speed's at 25.
Over time, she's going to outrun you. So you're you're going to fall 5 feet behind every 6 seconds. So you're going to be able to keep up with her for about 5 minutes before she starts to get out of range. Is there anything you want to try to do?
And so she's not leaving. She's not leaving any tracks.
Seemingly not. The ethereal plane is just a kind of reflection of this one, as you can see into it. But whatever the surface of the world is, it's hard to make out because you're sort of seeing it like in silhouettes and outlines and blasting this ethereal wind through you as you're looking. But whatever the surface of the earth is, it's not one that she's leaving any sort of dealable tracks in. Or if she is, you can't seem to see them.
She's not even leaving like pixie dust behind her.
Roll me a perception check to see if you can... Oh, you could roll me a survival check, actually. Roll me a survival check to see if you can...
Because I've got Hunter's Mark now, I get advantage.
Yeah, okay. That's a good point. I don't know if Hunter's Mark works across planes, but while you've got the Gem of True Seeing on, I don't see why...
It says... okay.
I don't see why not.
It's 14.
Alright. So you're able to kind of... You do your best to see... Rather than seeing footprints, you look for changes to the ethereal plane's environment. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, give me 2 seconds. So one thing you do notice about the plane is that there is this kind of ethereal wind passing through you, but there's this floating ethereal fog that you can see outlined, and you can just about see like a column of fog that's disturbed by her movement through it. And it's light, but you just about manage to keep a track of it as you sort of sprint after her. How long does the gem last?
I have no idea. Did you...
Yeah, I think it's 10 minutes.
Didn't give it to me.
I think you asked me that last time, and I think I said 10 minutes.
But I got 3 charges on it, so I could keep it going for 30 minutes.
All right. So you do your best to track her through the fog, and I'll say that... tell you what, roll me... What did you roll in your survival? 14. Okay. Mm-hmm. So with that and your speed, I'll say that you managed to keep up with her for like 15, 20 minutes. At full pelt, trying desperately to keep up with her. You can just see the disturbance in the fog as you pass left and right. And where you end up, you move through the city. Just this ethereal wind blasting you in the face, moving through the fog yourself, just scouting, looking, trying to see the disturbance in the fog as she disappears. And you're sure in the back of your mind you can hear this echoing giggle as she starts to make it a game, sprinting left and right, trying to throw you off her scent somewhat. What you do get a sense of is you enter into... She leads you into the old quarter... And that's the first leg of your journey. Like, you managed to keep up with her just about to get into the old quarter. Roll me one more to survival check.
8.
And that's where she loses you.
Damn it!
You're looking around desperate to see any disturbance in the shape of the wind, but you can't. You just see these kind of ethereal figures moving around you, like walking down streets every so often, and this swirl of ethereal light in the sky, almost like the fog is moving in a vortex above you in the distance, and you lose sight of her.
Yeah, okay. No more tracks, no more traces.
No more tracks, no more traces.
Can't feel her from Hunter's Mark.
No, I don't think Hunter's Mark would extend into the ethereal plane too far.
Okay. I drop my Gem of True Sight so everything goes back to normal.
Suddenly you find yourself kind of standing in the street.
Is there anyone around?
There is. There's a guy who is peeing up against a wall nearby, and you can see his pee stream stops midfield as he notices you looking at him like flustered and out of breath.
Do you see a ghost or anything? Like a ghost? See a ghost around here.
He kind of looks to you and he's like, "Pfft, drunks," and he keeps peeing.
Okay, I walk back towards the house.
In the span of a half an hour, does anything happen outside the house?
You see people pass, a couple of scholars and a priest pass the front door, and a couple of them definitely take interest at this fully clad knight standing in the doorway. But nobody comes up to you.
I'm gonna flag them down.
Sorry?
I'm gonna flag some of them down.
Alright. So
Not every single one, but occasionally just walk up to one or flag them down.
there's an older guy who is in scholar's robes. There's a young woman in scholar's robes who it turns out is the same woman that you saw from earlier. And there's a very young guy who you don't recognize, and he's not in scholar's or priest's garb.
Flag them down.
They come by separately. I was just asking which one you wanted to grab.
The first one, the lady. The girl.
You wave to her, and she just kind of gives you this little wave as she's passing.
And I approach her. Not like in a creepy sexual predator way.
It's okay, we're used to it.
I take my helmet off as I walk and hold it on at my side. She sees my face.
She looks to you and she's like, "Hi,
Hello.
hi."
You worked at the You work at the Temple of Ozma, Caps, or Ogma?
She squints to you as you forget the name of the where she works in the
Ogma?
start of this.
Ogma.
Ogma, yeah.
Okay.
Ogma, really.
Ogma. Okay.
But you come from a different land. And she, yeah, she looks to you and she's like, "Oh my, yes." And you tried to do something you're really not supposed to do. I hope you didn't take offense to my stopping you.
No, of course not. You're just doing your job. I understand.
Okay.
I was wondering if you've seen or heard anything about or of Lucius. If
No,
you've seen him.
not for a couple of days. He's a strange one. I mean, he was friendly enough since he came back. Although he complained a lot of having nightmares, and he didn't seem like himself. In fact,
No.
you know what? I don't know. I don't know you very well. I'm not really.
Oh,
comfortable.
I understand. It's okay. I'm just investigating his disappearance. I know some of your coworkers are worried about him, and they've tasked me and my compatriots to find him and rescue him if possible.
She kind of looks to you and she's like, before he went, he was complaining about. He was worried he was being watched.
Really?
Milos had got him. Milo spent like a whole day interrogating him and asking him questions, and it sent him loopy a bit. And he started carrying a knife. He
That
was
is indeed weird.
that nervous, and that was.
Would you say that? Would you say it got worse after he spoke with Milos?
Yeah, definitely.
Really? Okay.
He was paranoid before he went, and I guess with good reason. But you upset the wrong people. This is not the town to do that. I don't know what he was thinking. Violating the sanctum? Like, even though it was a long time ago, you don't come back from that.
Of course, I understand. But has Milos treated the staff and you yourself well at the temple? It seems he doesn't seem like a very friendly person. I'm not asking you to gossip about your employer, but
I mean, he's good at what he does. He knows a lot, and he knows the kind of things he wants us to research, and he's got a good sense of direction in that
that's not
sense.
really what I asked you. I asked you if he treated you well.
He's kind of a dick. Don't tell him I said that.
Of course not. Of course not. Perhaps you should also be careful. We believe that Milos might not be all that he seems to be.
She kind of runs her hands through this long, auburn, curled hair at the end, and she's like, he's been a scholar for a long time, and he's been head scholar for 8 years. I don't
Who
think
was
he's...
who was the head scholar before Milos?
A man called Mika.
What happened to Mika?
I don't know. He upped and left very suddenly.
That's odd to give up such a prestigious position to just out of the blue. Doesn't seem normal.
Well, I mean, now that you mention it, I guess it is kind of weird. I mean, he didn't really even say goodbye. He just upped and went.
And I'm not trying to pry. I'm not trying to take advantage of your station, but the sanctum and the vault, where you keep all your magical items and possessions, is he the only one with access to it?
You can see she immediately gets, like, concerned. She runs her hands through her hair and she says, "We're not supposed to talk about it."
I understand. I'm sorry for asking. I just think that there might be more people in danger than you think.
She touches her hand to her face and she says, "I can't speak of it."
I lean in, as in literally cannot speak of it.
I can't speak of it.
Can you write it down?
You must not make me speak of it. I cannot speak of it. And she just kind of puts her hands up.
I understand. Perhaps you should not go to work in the next few days.
I must.
Well, then at least be careful.
I'm not afraid of Milos. I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's just, like, up his own arse. A little.
Well put. Well, I'm sorry for bothering you. Enjoy your evening.
She kind of nods and walks away.
Jeez. So many rules in this town. Is Matt back yet from his adventure?
Yeah, he strolls on up, if that's where you're headed, Berogrand.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find what it was you were looking for?
That thing wasn't what it seemed.
No.
I tried to follow her, but I lost her.
That's a shame. At least you tried.
Yeah. What's
Aye.
everyone else doing here? I'm surprised you're still here. I've been gone for ages.
I've just been talking to the locals.
Okay, great. I barged past them.
He's like almost half your height. He's 4 feet, you're maybe nearly 6, and he's like just barges right past you. Low center of gravity.
Yeah.
Angry dwarf.
Have you guys just all been searching for half an hour?
Yeah.
Pretend searching.
I've been looking for this necklace.
I'm so confused. Don't we have the necklace? Is that not what she's looking for?
Yeah.
Okay, good. It's fine. Just making sure we're on the same page.
Borii doesn't know that.
Okay.
We find anything else whilst we're looking for the necklace?
Where do you search?
Everywhere.
You do.
What?
Given that you take half an hour, like ages,
Yeah.
and you do a proper search just for the hell of it, given that's what you said, Borii, when you're upstairs and you're searching through the desk, you pull out the drawer that Berogrand looked at and was really particularly keenly interested in, and you take a really careful look at it. You pull out all the papers, you pull the drawer all the way out, and you find that it has a false bottom. And as you pull the drawer fully out, the false bottom comes away, and you reach in, and there's a small book, like A5
more
type book.
Books. God. I immediately just throw it to the monk. I'm just like, more books here.
Oh, what is this? What kind of book is it, Gabs?
It's Lucius's diary.
Oh. Can I read it?
Yeah, you take some time to have a read, and you manage to pick out a few things that are particularly interesting, a few entries that really catch your attention, and they are in your journal.
Oh my god, so much reading.
So what is everyone doing?
Just reading.
You're in the room. Berrigrand is kind of barged past you, and he's in the room with you upstairs. The monk Theron is reading through a book. Borii is looking frustrated that she keeps finding books. And Seraphina and Lenneth from downstairs, I guess, come up, and the six of you are in this little dark, slightly musky now smelling living room.
I cast light on my gauntlet.
It's your right hand just kind of begins to beam as a small beacon, and it shines with these dark silhouettes on the wall of these six figures around, and a large one for Mr. Runkle. Every move you make makes the shadows dance against the stonework.
Nice.
Is there a second floor? Is there like an attic? From the outside, does it look like the building has an attic?
It doesn't. The building's just a single floor and a basement.
Okay.
So the little kid, she mentioned Milton Drake.
Yeah,
Who was that?
the Sea Lord. He's the one responsible for building that, the Grand Spire.
Where is he? Do we know?
No.
Maybe let's
Can't-
go talk to
I
him.
can't remember him at all.
Barragan, where did you lose the girl?
Like the old quarter. I ran the whole way. I'm exhausted.
Would you like some water?
No, I'm okay.
Maybe the Sea Lord knows more.
I don't think we're just gonna be able to get in and see that guy though.
Maybe in exchange for the amulet?
It's a good idea.
Yeah, maybe.
But if he wants it so bad, maybe we should hang on to it.
Yeah. Maybe you want more than just a meeting. Maybe we just go see him and say, hey, give us this guy for the amulet.
Yeah.
Is anyone trying to put on the amulet, by the way?
I might have broken it.
Well, that I know.
You can't really, I mean,
A little pendant, right?
yeah, it's like a pendant. You can attach it to like nice necklace or a fancy bracelet, maybe.
That we tried putting the ruby back in. Maybe it's like a powering mechanism or a power source for it.
You can try if you like.
I give you the little ruby.
Can I just try and reconstruct it using my tinker's tools?
Yeah. Roll me a tinkering check as you try to put this thing back together.
It's happening, but also make it a bit better. You know.
A slightly less cursed item.
Yeah. I'm just gonna modernize it a bit, you know. Maybe put something flashing on there.
Like macaroni or rhinestones.
Yeah, just make it, like
Glitter.
clean. Yeah. Tinkering check. Oh. That was 19.
Nice. You manage just about to pull the whole thing together. It still feels a little rickety, and now the rattle that it has when you shake it, you can understand what it is. Like it relatively easily comes apart.
Okay. Put it back together.
Yeah. Just about.
Does it look like the gem fits properly in the slot? Could it be possible that it's the wrong gem?
Is it a necklace itself? Because she said necklace, right? Or is it like, does it look like the whole thing attaches to a...
It looks like the pendant bit attaches to the fist in particular. The rest of it is like holds onto it, like it pins it in place in this setting. But when you take it apart, the pendant is just that little fist.
Oh, right. So it's like the thing itself isn't a necklace, but if you take the fist out, it looks like that is a pendant to go on a necklace.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna... Wait, do I have something? I must have something. I've got all sorts.
Hey, Cabs.
Yes.
Reading this very, very intense diary, can I do some kind of check to kind of get an idea maybe of the city he's referencing by chance? I don't know. Like, I don't know, like history, or is there nothing I can just do at all when it, like in the, the entry from like 2 months ago?
Yeah.
I know what city that is, or if I, you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a long shot, but you could try to roll me like a history check if you know of a city like that.
Okay. Oh, 8. Okay.
It sounds like, from the description, like it sounds otherworldly, but it's hard to know like what his description is. It's
Okay.
definitely nothing like any city you've heard of.
So I'm gonna just try and like fashion some kind of band, like a necklace band, and put the pendant on the end.
Okay.
I'm gonna just try and make it into a very simple necklace.
That's easy enough to do. Do you do it on like a ribbon or like a chain?
Yeah, I'm guessing I have like chains because I've got smith's tools as well, and I've got
Yeah.
tinker's tools, so I figure I've got like some kind of chain type deal
Yeah.
in the bag somewhere.
So you take some time, you kind of work the chain and create yourself a little pendant out of it. And it's now a proper little amulet.
Put it on.
Okay. You put it on.
Do I feel any different?
There is, you feel a surge of something. As it hits your chest, it ripples through your whole body. And then settles. Something has changed, but it's very difficult to tell what.
Borii,
Yeah.
are you okay?
Yeah. Does it look good?
You
Can you
fit
try-
you really well, Borii.
Can you try taking it off?
Why?
I'm not saying you should take it off, but could you try taking it off?
Okay, I try and take it off.
You take it off.
Put it back on again.
You feel that surge ripple through you.
I feel it again when I put it back on.
Yeah.
Ooh.
When you took it off, you felt like the effect was gone, and when you put it on, it rippled through you.
I cast Detect Magic again.
The amulet beams with energy. Like,
What color?
while it was not on Borii, it didn't really resonate all that strongly. It's got some kind of, like, it's clearly designed to obfuscate its magical eminence. But as soon as Borii puts it on, it activates. Now you can see that it's clearly a magical object.
Color.
As you're concentrating on it, is there a mechanic, or is this flavor?
No, Detect Magic doesn't tell you. Like, you can pick. You have to see the color of the magic, which identifies the school.
Yes.
You activate see faint aura around any invisible creature or object in the area, and you learn its school of magic, if any.
Looking at it, it has this. Ooh, I'm not actually sure what school it is. Let me check. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it is. It's a transmutation spell.
Ooh.
I impart that knowledge to Borii and the group. Do you feel any different?
I mean, feel good. What if we try identifying it now? Now that it's on me.
I look at Lenith. Do you want me to do it? Or do you want to do it?
Sure, you can do it. It's fine.
Alright, I blow a slot. I cast Identify while she's wearing it.
There's a spark into your finger and into Borii, and it just shower of blue sparks.
Bad idea.
The amulet is much like my sword. It's protected by some sort of magic.
What if now that I'm wearing it, what if I cast Identify on myself?
Huh. Well then.
Outside the box. What does Identify do when it's cast on a person? I like it. It says if there's any magical effect.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact wording is, but you can use it on
It's
people.
right there.
And you know.
Right there. It's right there.
Where is it? Oh, it's right there. If you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it.
That might be brilliant. Borii concentrates for a moment. This little problem-solving tinker, she just kind of touches herself, casts Identify, and immediately you get a sense of what this thing has done, which is rather brilliant. You know when you set up things and you don't expect what people will do to solve the problem. That's one of those examples. It's in your inventory, Borii.
And with
Oh,
that
nice.
said-
You described it very well. That's what I had in mind. How it looked.
How long have we got left to live?
Whoa, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Okay, we need to have a punching contest.
You're not gonna hit a child.
No.
That basically makes you really good at smashing things, like objects and structures.
Okay.
Gives you double damage with melee attacks against objects or structures, and all damage dealt in this way is considered siege damage. I don't know what that means, but...
So barred doors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who,
that is.
Who's gonna be? I just look around. I take it off and I give it to Bear. Seem most likely to be smashing down doors.
Thanks, Borii.
No worries.
Now you're wearing 2 necklaces.
Yeah, I put one on over the other.
What does the other necklace do? Or is that the gem?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I mean, it's nice, but not worth, like, getting
A lot of trouble.
Yeah. Maybe this isn't the thing.
But then again, we could use this to break into the vault at the Temple of Ogma.
Break into the temple?
If it comes to that,
I guess.
we'll just throw the dwarf at the wall, see what happens.
Good idea. So... trying to find Sea Lord, I guess.
If we're gonna go see the Sea Lord Drek, maybe we shouldn't have the necklace out in plain view then.
No. But we don't even know where he is, so...
I'm sure we could ask.
I feel like there's like something really big we're missing, we're not seeing.
Yeah, same. Same. Something we have forgotten.
There's the diary, by the way, guys. I tell everybody about it at the same time that went up to
Oh
everybody.
yeah, that's right.
Cool, thanks.
Ooh.
Love mysteries.
Interesting. What is it that we're missing, really?
You're enjoying this, Cabs. I can see it. Just get like, they're stumped. Fuck these guys. cities he mentions could be another dimension of some sort. Another plane, maybe?
Yeah.
But why did the High Librarian need this amulet so badly? Obviously he knew what it did since he was so keen on keeping it. But why would he need this specific thing? Where would a librarian want to break into?
No idea.
Well, either way, maybe Sealor Drac is probably the best place. But we could ask him about the High Librarian.
Yeah.
Now, anyone walking outside, Cabs? Now?
You peer out and you do see an older woman who's just kind of walking across in the rain and the mud. She's soaked through, looks cold.
I jog up to her and ask her if she knows where Sea Lord Drac's quarters are, or his residence.
She looks up to you and she says, "Oh, well, aren't you a tall knight? Unusual in these parts."
Yes, quite. Sorry to disturb you. Do you know where Sea Lord Drac's domain is, where we can find him?
The Sea Lord? He has a few properties around. He has the house. It's a lovely building. Got 3 floors at least, in the centre of the old quarter. No keeps around here. And he has a number of small holdings. Some warehouses, I think, are his. He owns a couple of inns. One of them is the Broken Mug on the warehouse district. And he has a winery just outside of town.
Oh, that's wonderful, thank you. I appreciate the help, miss. Well, have a good evening.
Oh, good evening, too.
And I tell the group. Well, Beargran, if
Broken
you...
Mega.
Yeah. Well, Beargran, if you lost her in the old quarter, that would explain it then.
Should we go there?
Yeah. Unless... you guys want to go somewhere else?
Let's do it. Let's go there.
Yes.
Okay, you step out into the rain and walk towards the old quarter. The old quarter's not that far, actually. It's in the centre of town, and you reach it, and these tall walls, stone walls, pale stone walls, with this tiling on the top, this sort of red tiling that makes it look much more posh than the other areas, meet you. These large gates that are open, but they are guarded. There are 2 guards carrying yellow shields on their backs. One of them has it rested against the gate itself, and both of them, one standing on either side of the gate as you approach.
Make sure Bear hides the amulet just in case.
Beargran.
Yeah. He was listening when we said keep it hidden. So. I imagine he's tucked it into his like manly chest of hair, like it's just in there.
Beargran polymorphs into a cat. Okay. The 2 guards kind of, they look at you with questioning and concerned eyes as you begin to approach. And one of them just steps forward and doesn't say anything. He just kind of looks at you, seeing what you're going to do.
We're looking for Sea Lord Drac, guardsman, perhaps. Do you know where we can find him? Seek an audience.
Why, the Sea Lord don't take visitors. Certainly not without prior appointment. Do you have prior appointment?
Not from around here, guardsman. Perhaps you could enlighten me on how to get a proper appointment.
If you've got a concern about something that's going on in town, you should go to the Pirates Captain's Council. You do know about the council, don't you? You don't look like you're from around here.
As I just stated, guardsman, I'm not from around here. Don't know what the Pirates Council is.
The Pirates Council, they do all the laws, right? They make the laws, they uphold the laws, except in here. In here, it's the Sea Lord's territory, right? So the guards are the Sea Lord's guards, and we keep the peace in here. But the Sea Lord, he don't really deal with people like you. He's a military leader. He's a leader of the Sea Lord's navy. And he's busy working on making sure that the lighthouse is completed on time and to specifications. Now,
So he's at the lighthouse. Is that what you're saying?
he kind of looks as like, not necessarily.
To the lighthouse.
To the lighthouse.
Thanks.
The other-
Gabe.
he's like, oh.
Have a lovely day, guardsman.
Thank you so much for your help.
He walks back, and the other guy's like, nice job, Dave. You head across town and begin moving towards the lighthouse. The lighthouse is at the northern tip, and you've already got sort of close in that direction. It's a difficult trek as you kind of leave the north end of the city. It narrows and narrows, and you have to go through the water to get to the lighthouse. You're kind of aware of that. What's your plan? Because you've got basically you've got the docks as you're leading up, where all the kind of the ships tend to get moored, and in the kind of north end, as the archipelago gets towards or the island gets to a peak, it dips into shallow waters. I mean, shallow for a deep water ship, but probably too deep to easily swim, and it's miles across to a number of very small islands, the last of which has this huge lighthouse on. You can see it from an enormous distance, but it is many, many, many miles away.
I told you guys I got a boat. It's fine.
Oh,
Oh,
right,
yeah!
that little
We can-
box of yours.
We can take my boat.
Yeah, Borii, we're not gonna fit in there.
Have some faith there, Grand. Follow me. And I jump on Mr. Uncle's shoulders and just start going towards the docks, I guess, wherever there's some water we
Okay.
can set sail from.
You head towards the dock, and you sort of round the main thoroughfare and where the main dock is, and in the water you can see that a couple more ships have arrived. There's this beautiful pale wooden ship, a longboat that's almost Viking in construction, with the head of an eagle and these two sails that outstretch to either side, looking like wings. And you can see on the deck of the ship a number of humanoid figures, one of which is wearing this beautiful tricorn, and is this roguish woman who is standing on top with this wild red hair flailing out behind her. The other ship that you notice is this another longboat, but this one's deep wood with this sort of brass ornate sort of embellishments to it, with a dragon's head right at the front and this one single enormous red sail. And you can see again humanoids bigger than the woman on the other boat, and these figures are clad in what look like scale mail. But these two ships are kind of, both of which are coming in almost simultaneously to moor at the docks. And you just kind of notice that as you head through. It seems like more ships are arriving gradually, and lots of goods are still being moved through, lots of alcohol. You carry on moving up through the docks, and you get to a quieter part. It's quieter because, apart from anything else, the bloody vengeance is in this area, and people don't tend to moor near that thing. And the orcs are there as you sort of approach and walk past. As you're passing, this huge, sort of demonic-looking orc with this huge tusk, which is cracked, steps down as he notices you coming in, and he steps along onto the dock, and he looks to the six of you, and he kind of nods his head and kind of gestures for you to come close. Do you want to acquiesce or
Yes,
ignore
I
him?
do.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go on in.
As you step up to him, he says, and Lenneth, you can hear that he says, "Good fight."
He thinks he did a good job, if he...
I just put my hand to my chest and nod to him.
I put my hand to my chest then.
He looks to you, flexes for a moment, and you can still see that he's wincing ever so slightly beneath the surface from wounds that still have not yet healed. He just kind of says, and Lenneth, you hear him as saying that they had an unexpected visitor looking to pay for them to steal an object from your group.
Oh, really? I relay the information.
I asked him what
Do you-
they're looking for.
Huh?
Ask him what they were looking for.
Good.
Did he-
What? Is that what you? Sorry, go on. Did you? Is
No, I was
he kind of
just gonna
speaks
ask.
over you for a moment, then he stops.
No, I was gonna ask if he knew what they were looking for.
In Orcish?
Eh,
No,
oh,
I mean,
God.
are you asking in Orcish? I didn't mean,
Yes.
I didn't mean to push you into speaking Orcish. You're welcome to if you like. He says, and you hear him as saying, they wanted us to steal an amulet in the shape of a fist.
Alright. Who...
Everyone wants this amulet, man.
Yeah.
Not even that good.
Who
Ask him.
asked you about that?
He says, a scrawny pig face.
A scrawny pig face.
Probably the high librarian Milos. Most likely.
Was it Milo's?
And you hear him say, like he's never met this man before.
Okay. No, he does not know who Milo's is.
He says, and you hear him say that time was they would have stolen it and left you for dead, but they do not steal from brave men.
Hmm.
Do you relay that to the group?
Yeah.
I shot in the dark. I'm gonna put my hand out to him. Like not like a handshake, but like a
Like one of those
Yeah, one of those.
One of those.
He looks to you, he looks to your hand and looks to you, he's like, "Huh, and he punches you in the shoulder at like 30% power.
Yeah, I take it and I'm just nice. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Somebody's got a boyfriend.
And he just turns and begins to walk back to the ship. And you understand the last thing that he says is, watch your back out there.
We need to be careful, okay, guys?
Well, from what we've seen so far, the orcs are probably the scariest thing in this city so far, and they are obviously not willing to pick a fight.
That's true.
Alright, Borii, where's this boat of yours?
And I pull out the little box and I go, be a boat! And I throw it into the water.
Roll me a strength check.
And the box just sinks to the bottom of the
It's raining. I kind of want you to roll a natural 1 so it lands in a puddle.
I don't think it even needs to be in water. It's an 8.
It kind of hits the deck a couple of times, rolls into the water, and then what happens to it? You just hear this creaking.
Hold on, I'll get it up so I don't get it wrong. It causes the box to unfold into a ship 24 feet long, 8 foot wide, and 6 foot deep. The ship has a deck, rowing seats, 5 sets of oars, a steering oar, an anchor, a deck cabin, and a mast with a square sail. The ship can hold 15 medium creatures comfortably.
Oh!
It's our ticket out of here, basically.
So, in terms of like, given Borii's what she would create, what does it look like, given those specs?
So it's like pimped out, but it's not like, it's not Flash. It's like, you know, your auntie who makes her own pillows. It's like that for the whole boat.
As it creaks into existence, constructing itself piece by piece as it goes, jarring into place and finally settling into the water, and the water ripples away. The orcs kind of look over the side of their boat over at this construction as it's taking place, kind of pushing each other and like looking. You swear you see Agro smile to himself as this boat just like crunks into place. Grandma's rowing vessel.
Yeah, it's like the rowing seats are like mismatched like lounge furniture, and there's like a lamp randomly, and the sail is like a big like patchwork.
Yes, the patchwork sail.
Borii, what is the name of your boat?
I haven't named it yet. Should we call it?
It's your boat, Borii. What do you
Call
want
it
to call it?
boat.
I think it's bad luck to just call a boat, Borii. Every boat has a name.
Let's call it. The boat.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Boat.
Mr. Boat. Have you ever piloted Mr. Boat?
No.
Has anyone here piloted a boat?
How hard can it be?
Does anybody have pirate or sailor as a backstory? Like a background?
Not on this character.
No.
Well, this could be fun.
We have a boat that no one can use.
I think some of the backgrounds have ships or as a proficiency, not ships, but vehicles, but I don't know if that counts as a boat.
Well, there aren't many vehicles in the world.
No,
It's
exactly,
not like
just
it's a
gotta
Ford Fiesta.
couple of us have also been on ships before, so I'm guessing we have a sort of slight idea of how they work.
Got on a few loads.
You could definitely give it a wing. Wing it, hope for the best.
Yeah, why not? I'm game.
All right. You all board the boat, Mr. Runkle sitting in the middle somewhere, looking really handily at the mismatched furniture, thinking about taking a bite out of a chunk. And you set sail, basically, and push off and row as best you can as this ship kind of sideways slants, begins to creakily head out into the water. Where are you heading?
The sword
To
goes.
the lighthouse, right?
Just the lighthouse.
Yeah, back to Waterdeep. Hey,
Go.
that's how shipwrecks happen. As you head towards the lighthouse, as best you can, kind of steering with the wind, I need somebody to roll me a d20 and add their, I'm going to say, intelligence check, and somebody else to roll me a d20 and roll their strength modifier. Somebody on the wheel and somebody like steering, like directing.
I'll do
Should
the
I do
strength.
the intelligence?
One intelligence and one strength.
Okay. I'll do the strength. Wait. I'll do the strength?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can be steerer, Leonard can be navigator. And Boris just sat at the back wearing a captain's hat that she fashioned herself, but doing very little.
Delegating.
Is that like a? Should I use the modifier to that, or?
Your intelligence mod. Yeah, use your intelligence mod. But not proficiency, given that nobody is particularly proficient in boating. But you'll give it your best shot.
So it's just the d20 plus the modifier.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can on your character sheet you can click the bit on the left where it says intelligence, like the actual title of it, and
I
it'll
can just
roll
do
it.
that. Oh, okay, great.
So Fifth wrestles the boat a bit, but manages to get it going. Lenneth, trying to kind of get him to steer. To start with, Lenneth is like, well, it's over there, like steer that way. And he steers in that direction, kind of turning the ship, and the sails kind of twist against the wind, but the wind pulls you in an awkward direction. You start heading out to sea a little bit, and then you're like, you start to get a hand of it, and it takes a couple of hours as you try and push this thing up the water. Ultimately, you get close to the lighthouse, onto the lighthouse island. It is really a very small island with just the lighthouse, which is enormous. Like, this building must be like a half mile across. This thing's huge. And there are countless guards and countless workmen on like scaffolding all around it, trying to complete this structure. It looks like it's only a few months from being finished, but it's still going. There are countless guards on the island looking, and a couple of them notice this boat kind of haphazardly heading towards them in their direction. What do you want to do?
How should we approach it? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure we got much choice.
Sideways, probably.
Yeah.
Is there a dock?
There isn't, but there is a kind of landing where it's kind of like a beachhead.
Okay.
Not sandy, rocky, but definitely you could beach the vessel if you can convert it back into a box, or you could leave it out and swim in. It's not a deep water vessel anyway, so you could probably get it pretty close without beaching it too badly.
That doesn't really matter since we can just turn it into a box.
Well, indeed.
Yeah, turn it to a box.
Yeah.
Alright, so we aim for the landing.
All right. You manage to glide it in, actually relatively competently now that you've got a bit of a hang on it, and you get a bit lucky with the wind, pulling in the sails and rowing the last little stretch of the way, and you pull in close. The rocky shore becomes like a really rocky, small island that's probably only about 1.5 miles across. It's relatively small. You can see both sides of it at once, and it's made of grassland and big bouldery type rocks that are situated around. It reaches a flat plain on the surface, and that's where the lighthouse is. It takes up a good third of the island. It's huge. It spears into the sky. You wonder if it pierces the clouds. It's so high. A couple of guards begin to stroll over to you and they say, "Hail! More workmen for the lighthouse? What specialty you in?"
We're the lighting division.
He kind of frowns at you. Roll me a deception check.
No one was saying anything. Oh, God.
I cast light
Yes.
on my gauntlet.
The 4.
He stops short and he says, "Alright, who are you? You know the island's off limits until the lighthouse has been completed. And even then it's only going to be open for the festival. What are you doing here?"
Alright, we were really summoned by Sea Lord.
Roll me a
He
deception
wanted
check.
to speak with us.
By Sea Lord.
Mr. Seal.
Lord, what's his name? Milton Drack. This is not my... I roll a 5. Okay, we really just want to speak with Milton Drack, that's it.
He looks at you, he's like, "The Sea Lord's not taking visitors. Certainly
Yeah,
not.
we heard that, but we still need to see him.
So you thought you'd just rock up here and lie your way to seeing the Sea Lord. You know what this place is. You know what the people are like. Do you really think we'd just let anybody get within arm's reach or dagger's reach of the Lord?"
He's
Fine.
gonna want to see us. Just tell him that we're here.
You're gonna have to do better than that, my little one. Why have you got a child with you? Why have you got a bear? What is this? Have you come to do us harm? And he reaches for
No.
his
No,
cutlass.
no. I take my sword and I throw it in the water.
He's kind of like, he's like taken aback by that act. Like, his face is one of, why would you do that? He's
To me,
like,
no harm. It
why have you come?
It might pertain to some magical items the Sea Lord is looking for.
He's like, all right, one of you can come unarmed with me.
Sensing a theme on this island.
I...
Choose one of you. I prefer the child.
That's inappropriate, sir.
yeah.
That's not gonna happen.
I thought you might
can do
say
it.
that.
Boy,
She
just-
seems
just
the
stand back
least
there,
threatening.
Yeah, I'm the least threatening. Wink.
All right, someone else.
Theron, Beargrand, perhaps you'd like to go?
I think that's a terrible idea.
That's okay. Yeah.
It's not him to cause any trouble, just...
Why don't you go, Templar?
Well, I did speak to the captain on my own. Perhaps it's someone else's turn.
We're not taking the night.
I'm unarmed.
You're fully armoured. I can't even see your face. I don't trust the face of a man.
I
can't
take
see.
off my helmet, so I'm going to kill the Sea Lord with my gauntlet and my boots. Then
I've seen people do worse here. I'm not letting anybody within sight of the Sea Lord without a good assurance.
Why are you asking us who we want to send if you're gonna decide either way?
I want to see what you do.
We want to see what you do. Yeah.
Your first effort was to send the knight. So I say no. And now you get to choose for real.
It's pretty smart. Pretty smart.
Volunteers, anyone?
I don't know.
You're
Apologies,
welcome to
Roger.
sail away.
At this rate, we might have to, since these men have no balls.
I'll go. Let's do it.
Borii, be careful. You are very brave for doing this.
Wait,
Theron,
no.
I will-
Theron and Baragran could learn from your
Look,
bravery.
kid.
Come on, kid. It's time to meet
I-
the sea lord.
I turn
I
to
go-
Theron and
I-
Baragran and I go, you guys are cowards.
She can take care of herself. She's fine.
Borii begins to
pathetic.
walk up the cobbled beach, like taking an extra step. Mr. Runkle automatically starting to walk up behind her, and he turns and the guard says, "What? I mean, you can't bring a bear."
Oh, okay. Runkle, stay with Bear and the others.
You just see like this sort of nervy look on Mr. Runkle's face.
I'll be fine. I'll be back in a minute.
Just like this sad face as he kind of watches you walk up without him. He sits on his hind legs.
How far is it to the edge of the tower? Or
It's
like-
about. It looks like it's about half a mile. Like it's.
Oh gosh, it's like far away.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But it's deceptive because it's so massive that it's huge. It looks like a normal lighthouse that you could walk up to in a 30 seconds, but it's actually staggeringly massive, and you keep walking towards it and it never gets there because it's freaking huge. Like it fills your vision. And he keeps walking with Borii in tow. Guards and workmen.
Sorry, I say to him, "Oh, one second. I'll be right back." And I just run back to the group, and I'm like, "What am I asking him again? I forgot."
If he knows anything about Lucius,
Lucius, yes,
yes.
the one we're trying to find, right?
Yes. And if you need to, use the amulet as leverage.
Okay. Anything else?
Be careful.
Okay, yeah, got that. And as I'm walking back, I'm gonna try and palm something to Seraphina, sneakily, like a.
Okay. Given that you ran back, the guard's not close enough to be able to see it happen.
Cool.
What do you palm off?
It's like a small, like carved wooden object. It's
Oh,
just
right.
It's like a it's made out of like dark wood, and it's like a panther.
Ah, cool. Okay.
Yeah. And I just whisper to her, "Use this, come protect me." And then I followed.
All right. You follow him, and you can just see this structure is huge. There are workmen on scaffolding, like painting in places. Other people are still doing the final bits of construction. And as you walk up, there are guards that notice you, and you enter into the sort of very, very entryway of this massive lighthouse. It's this huge, like, domed archway, and there's just this big open space inside the lighthouse and a massive flight of steps. It looks like they're beginning to construct the interior of this thing, like the steps lead up to higher floors which have been constructed, and this basic ground floor is now being like just about starting to be constructed, which does strike you as weird that would be the last thing that they construct. He asks you to wait and begins to ascend this staircase, heading up to sort of upper floors of the lighthouse, and ultimately returns. And there's a man in tow with this huge black beard that's tight and cropped but dense, and he has this kind of he's got this sort of tousled, very wiry black hair that falls down the sides of his head ever so slightly, and he looks like he's old. He looks like he's in his 50s. It's not that old, but his his face is weathered beyond his years, and he begins to walk down these steps towards you. Behind him are a set of 6 guards, all walking down behind him, and next to him is this is a woman. She's young, but she's not the same girl that you saw before. But she still walks barefoot next to this man. He walks up close, and the guards all begin to kind of like move around, and he gestures for a moment, and they back up like several steps out of earshot, but all still kind of fanning around. But they're not massively disciplined as a group, and they're kind of talking to each other and laughing a bit. And this guy steps up towards you, and the guard says, "This is the Sea Lord, Lord Milton Drac. Watch your tone, watch your manners, and don't move any. These men are watching you.
Don't move any what?
Don't move any.
Don't move any what?
Don't move quickly. Don't make any sudden moves. Don't give these men reason to get itchy, you know?"
Okay.
The Sea Lord steps forward and he says, "Hello.
Hello.
You're a spry one. How did you find me?"
The guard told us that you were here. In the old town.
He looks over at the woman next to him. She's young, but not as young as the girl you saw. She's maybe in her late 20s, you guess. She has straight hair that falls down the side of her face and cuts off at the chin, which is unusual for the unusual style for this area. Again, a long dress that's kind of frayed at the hem and barefoot. And she looks to him as he looks to her, and she just kind of gives him a nod. She doesn't have the kind of playful demeanor of the younger one. He looks back to you and he says, "So, you found me, somehow convinced my guards that it was worth my time seeing you. Tell me, what is it that you want?"
We're looking for Lucius.
I'm afraid I don't know that name. I don't know why you'd find him here, either. What is it that you're here to do? Why are you looking for this man?
Can't honestly remember. I think something happened to him, and we're helping the guy find him. Might have been a lady. I don't know, but we need to find him. We know you know where he is. Give him up.
He smiles at you, this kind of almost slightly paternal smile, certainly completely unintimidated smile. And he looks over to this woman standing there, and she kind of gives this slightly creepy smile. It crosses her lips, and he looks back to you and he says, "Well, I don't have any information for you. Good luck in finding him."
What if I told you that we've got the necklace that you want?
His facial expression kind of changes a little. Like there's a slight eye twitch, and he says, "How would you know about that?"
I know about a lot.
Do you have it with you?
No. I'm not like 12.
Aren't you?
No, I'm 14.
All right. Who has it?
I'm not telling you, but we know where it is.
He looks over to his other half, not his other half, at all.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
On the side, love it on the side. She looks back to him and she leans over and kind of whispers in his ear. And he says, "Yeah, I don't think we have a choice. I'm afraid you're going to be staying with us for a while. I'm going to have some questions for you."
Oh, I'm come here to ask you questions. I think you got it mixed up.
"Well, we'll take good care of you, but we're going to need to know who has that amulet."
What a surprise.
"You could tell me now and save us all the trouble."
No, what the idea is you tell me where Lucius is, and then I give you the amulet, and then it works out for everyone.
"What do you know
Right.
about the amulet?"
I know we've got it, and I know you want it.
He just coughs. The guards begin to flank round and begin to guard off the exit behind you.
That would be a bad idea.
He says, "I am sorry. You will not be harmed."
I cast invisibility on myself. And
Alright. Holy shit. Shit's going down. No, yeah, it's that one. Okay. Has she got... Nope. Okay. In which case, I'm going to need you to roll an initiative check against this woman. Three.
Yeah, I feel that the Stormhammer Knights pick her up into social services, really. Much better off.
Oh shit!
The woman kind of reaches forward with a hand in this kind of slick move, just whipping it up in front of her and reaching out a little. There's a cold that immediately enters the air, and you feel kind of chilled for a moment, and she casts Hold Person.
Rude.
I need you to make a... It's going to be a Wisdom saving throw.
Is this magic? It's magic, right?
Yeah.
So I have advantage because I'm a gnome.
Nice.
I'm cunning your advantage on all intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws against magic. Yeah, boy.
Nice. A little bit of magic resistance. Go for it.
Gnomes rule, yo. So what is it? Wisdom saving throw. It's a shame my wisdom is shit. 14?
You fail.
Oh, no.
You needed a 15, which you
Okay.
believe. As you kind of begin to move, and your body just completely freezes in position. And she steps forward, looking at you, and she says, "Well, child, Ursula will look forward to meeting you. She's always wanted a niece." And the Sea Lord steps forward and he places a hand gently on her shoulder and he says, "She will not be harmed, and you will not introduce her to Twitch Willow. Not until we have our information. I will not have her harmed." The people she has been moving with, the guards tell me, they look strong on the beach. We will not harm her. I will not seek their vengeance. I need no more enemies today. And he says, take her to the... And she steps forward, grabs this frozen gnome, and just disappears.
Great.
Oh dear.
So, how much time passes on the beach?
Some time passes on the beach,
Days go by.
and Borii doesn't return. The guard ultimately comes back. It takes another half hour.
I'm on the beach now.
Yeah,
Just-
the guard. You're on the beach?
I'm not on the boat anymore.
Yeah. The guard returns to the beach. There's a few guards with him. And he says, the young lady is chosen to become the Sea Lord's guest for a couple of days.
Oh, cool. Insight check.
Yeah, roll insight
Yeah,
check.
exactly.
Nope, that's not what I wanted to roll.
Yeah, you can tell he's lying.
Yeah, 16.
It's a
Fine,
thinly
so-
veiled lie, too.
And I suppose that you're going to stop us from seeing the guest.
Well, seems like you saw through my deception.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Don't worry, she won't be armed. The Sea Lord says you have something. It's something that he wants. An amulet. Shaped like a fist. It's very important that he gets that amulet.
I turn back to look at the guys on the boat.
Are we still? I thought we had like collapsed the boat.
I don't know if you guys are on the boat or beach.
Yeah, I'm
or
on
not.
the shore. I think I hear all this
Yeah,
too,
I'm on the
right?
shore as well. I thought that we all like entered
Yeah.
together.
I turn to Theron and Barragran.
Berrigan. It's time.
He looks to you, he places a hand on his sword, he says, she's not here. We don't want to fight. We just want the amulet. A fair trade.
I guess we'll chalk this up to another one of Milton's follies. Bonus action summon sword.
It just does it kind of spin out of the water, or does it magically enter your hand?
I'd rather have the like materialize. That's much better.
It just like there's this shimmer in the air and it appears in your hand.
Is it wet?
Yes,
Nope.
like there's still a little
Nope.
dripping mist from it. He says,
Can I have investigated what that little wooden thing was? While we were waiting.
yeah. So Borii didn't tell you what it was or anything. You've just got a little miniature figurine of a wooden figurine of a
panther.
panther. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Borii just said use it and come after me or something like that. Use it and what did I say?
Protect me.
Yeah, use it and protect me.
No, that didn't work. She didn't quite get the message on that one.
it was.
He
it was
says,
a last minute idea.
we don't want to fight. We do not want to fight. We don't want this to get messy. If you hurt people here, I can't guarantee her safety. I don't want to see her hurt, neither does the Sea Lord, but if you cause trouble on this island, I cannot guarantee her safety. And the people that she is with would...
Unless you give her back immediately, we can't guarantee your safety.
I serve at the pleasure of the Sea Lord. And
You'll
I do
appreciate
not
your
disobey
sacrifice.
him.
He will, truly.
Men, draw swords!
I should.
Alright. Roll me an attack.
Man, finally some action. I'm not there.
Oh,
Good, thank social services for that.
Oh, but the bear is there.
yes,
The
stuck in
bear.
place.
The bear.
yes, you can play as Mr. Runkle.
Oh, that's so cool.
Find him to do anything.
That's true.
Oh no.
Don't the creatures act on their own free will when they're alone?
As the what is it you're called?
Have a look, see what it says.
I'm pretty sure it says he has his own initiative and acts on his
Yeah.
own.
Definitely has his own initiative.
We'll say that like you can play as him because I can't have him.
Look, in combat, it rolls its own initiative and acts on its own.
All right, so you're gonna play as Mr. Runkle the Bear for this fight. 25 absolutely hits. Roll that damage.
That's only 4, but then plus 4, so it's 8.
4 plus 4 is 8. All right, give me 2 seconds to set up this fight because we're gonna do it on the map that we've got in front of us because I don't have a beachhead map. Because I wasn't. Because fuck, was I expecting you to go here? No. Do I have a couple of encounters ready? Yes, this isn't one of them. In fact, give me 2 seconds. I'll go and grab my guards from one of the other maps.
For it.
Oh, back a bit.
Sure. There's going to be one of them, and one of them, and one of them. Okay. So as you see them, the two of the guards are armed with a cutlass and a dagger. So they draw the cutlass with one hand and then draw a dagger from the same side, like two parallel scabbards. And they look like they want to go for you. One is armed with a longbow. And from a much greater distance is going to attempt to pepper. 60 feet is probably about right. These guys are going to be, I'm going to say within 30. Make life easy. Yeah. Okay, so Berrigrand looses a bolt. What's the damage? Sorry, 4.
So 8 damage on that.
8 damage. All right, it ricochets off the pauldron, but it still gouges a gash in it, and it looks like he's a bit injured by the impact.
Okay. Let's do him again. 19.
You have the crossbow feat, do you, so that you can bonus action reload?
You mean not bonus action reload?
Oh yeah, you ignore reloading.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you take another shot. This one hits as well. Roll damage.
It's 8 again.
As you
Terrible.
take a shot, like spin it in your hand, it reloads as you kind of whip it around. Take another shot, and it strikes again. This time catching him in the hip. It glances off. It's not a massively deep wound, but you can see him reach for it with his daggered hand. Just, you're gonna regret that, son.
And then first round. Yeah, no, I get one more. 20.
20 hits.
That's better. It's 13 damage.
All right. All on the same guy, yeah?
Yeah.
3 crossbow bolts go flying through the air, something that we haven't seen since Seraphina's days. As they... Yeah, it's still your days, I know. As it sinks, the 3 strike him, ricocheting off places. One off the hip, one off the pauldron, and the third one kind of lodging itself in his forearm. He kind of rips it from him, like pushes it through, snaps the bolt off. And he's kind of pissed now. focused solely on you, and I'm going to ask everybody to roll for initiative.
Yeah. 29.
What's initiative based on, Cam? What's that?
Dex.
Dex. Cool. 11.
Two seconds. While I just get them going on their initiative. Okay. Templar.
11.
Tippies.
22.
Vermilly.
13.
Theron.
29.
Barry Grand.
22.
Runkles.
11.
Runkle Stiltskin. In which case, Theron, you are the first to react.
Okay. I'm just going to casually be an amazing fast guy because that's what I do. Just, run up here, bam. And I'm going to try to attack him real quick. Punch him in the
Alright.
face.
As you run forward. Are you barefoot the whole time, just sprinting along
Of
the...
course. Why would I wear shoes? I'm going to attempt to use my flurry of blows, by the way, which means I can attack him 4 times in one turn.
Yes.
Yeah, you spend the Kai.
Yeah, okay, so let's go with the first roll. Monk punch in the face, 25 to hit.
Hits.
Alright, 8 damage. Let's keep tally here. Let's go again. 27 to hit.
Hits.
Alright, 7 damage. Back at you again. 25 to hit.
Hits.
Oh my god.
8 damage. 23 to hit.
Those
Hits.
rolls. Yeah.
6 damage. And with my open hand technique, with my tradition, I am going to try to not kill him prone. So he needs to make a dex saving throw.
Okay. That didn't work.
So I believe the spell save is 15. Whoa,
20.
Okay. So he's fine. And I'm going to just run back in my place like nothing happened.
He's going to make an attack of opportunity. Can he do that?
No, it's not.
Nice.
Just a ninja. I am mobile as my talent, which I believe prevents them from doing that.
So you run in, sprinting forward, taking several strikes like Ip Man, just right into the chest. He feels it coming like. It hits him so hard that he guts blood out for a moment, and he kind of takes a step back, takes a swing with his dagger forward, but you're already like halfway back to where you started from. He takes a swing and misses you completely, like.
Yeah, he looks up. I'm over there petting Mr. Runkles, actually.
There's blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He's like panicked, rasping.
Turns over.
All right.
What a baller.
Seeing you run back, this other guard just sprints forward, runs up to you, and attempts to try to strike you with his cutlass. He draws the cutlass back and just takes a swing at you, Master Moongazer. Let's try and do this well, please. He rolls a 17 to hit.
He misses.
Alright. I'm gonna have to expand this to full screen. It's the only way to do it. Alright. Let's make life easier for myself. So he takes a second attack with the scimitar on the same side. Just wham, wham, tries to attack again. You parry the first one easily. The second one comes in. That misses.
Nope.
And he swings in with the other side, with the dagger out to the side, tries to strike across the side of your face if he can.
Oh man. Oh no, miss.
Yeah, just you manage to duck and weave and block all of the attacks as they come in, and Beregrand, you're up.
Okay. Which one's injured? The one that's up on us, or the one that's?
The one that's not. He hasn't had a
Okay,
chance
cool.
to do anything yet.
I'm going to keep attacking the guy that I've attacked already.
All right. That one misses as you
Yeah.
strikes the ground nearby. Dirt splats into the air, and he's like still coughing from the impact of.
Okay, once per turn I can use Stalker's Flurry. If I miss an attack, make another attack.
All right.
No.
That's a natural 20.
Natural 20. Whoa! Roll that damage.
So 5 plus 6, and then plus 4 is 15.
Is that doubled?
Yes.
All right. You spin the crossbow, take a shot. It strikes him square in the chest, lifting him off his feet like he's been hit by a small truck, and he flies backwards, hits the ground behind him, and dies.
Oh, jeez.
Shit.
Okay. Now we're going to attack this other guy that's up on Farron. That's 18 to hit.
That hits.
Whoa. And that's 17 damage.
All right. As you take a step back, another crossbow bolt. This one sinking into his side, wins him for a moment, but he's still going toe to toe with the.
Cool. As I'm firing, I'm going to kind of slink back a little ways like this.
All right.
Done.
Tippletop.
Is this a guy in the background?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going for him with my hand crossbow.
All right.
I'm gonna use my sharpshooter feat.
Okay. For a
Minus
minus
five.
5 to hit.
Yeah. That didn't work. So 22.
22 absolutely hits. Roll that damage.
So it's plus 10 damage, isn't it?
It is.
So that's the crossbow. So that's. Oh, okay. Ignore the second one because my thing has gone a bit glitchy. So that's 22 piercing.
Okay. As
So
the
that-
shot rings out, catching this guy from in surprise in the distance.
Yeah, and plus my sneak attack.
Because he
That's
hasn't
another
gone yet.
30. I had advantage, yeah.
All right. From assassinate, yeah?
Yes.
Right. Seraphina, characteristic assassination, takes a shot from a distance. And it strikes him, lifting him off his feet and sinking him into the dirt behind him. He's still going.
Okay. And I'll take one more shot at him.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do the sharpshooter again. Natural 20?
What's the advantage from?
Because I'm going before him.
All right. Do you get advantage on every attack?
Yeah, if I go before another player, I get advantage every
Awesome.
time.
Nat 20. Roll that damage.
That's 18 plus 10, so that's 28.
28 points of damage. As this bolt sinks into him and kills him, the 2 rounds, just before he'd even got a chance to do anything, they sink into his chest and he collapses back into the rocks.
And I'm gonna move forward towards the other guy.
Okay.
haven't done my movement yet, so I'm going to probably go about here-ish. And that's me.
Mini Vermilly.
Alright, I'm opening my spellbook and I'm gonna cast Firebolt.
Alright.
That is 17 to hit.
17 does hit, yeah.
That's 17 fire damage.
Alright. As Lenneth kind of reaches for the book, draws out a little bolt of fire and casts it forward, it spears through the air and rumbles into him from the side. Another stagger back, like the crossbow bolt from Beregrand, and now the impact from the blaze. It strikes him and you can see that it melts the clothing to his skin. It's a deep and powerful impact.
Alright, that's it for my turn.
The impact is like it. You can see that there's a smell of burnt flesh in the air as it's like completely melted his clothing and it's starting to catch. He like reaches up to it and he's like, "Ah!" Just screams out, howls in pain as Mr. Runkle is up.
Yeah, Runkle! He's just gonna run up. Seeing that his buddies are in trouble, he's just gonna buy them. 19.
19, that hits.
7 damage.
As he chomps into him, lifting the guy off his feet as he grabs him by the arm and wrenches him. He's like, "Ah! Ah!"
And he also gets a claw attack as well. That's a 12 though.
That one misses, unfortunately, as he takes a strike at him and just can't quite get purchase on him as he's swinging him around in his jaws.
That's all.
Templar.
How's the one in the back looking?
Looking dead.
There's one in the bottom right corner.
I'm not absolutely certain what that is.
Okay. So there's only one guardsman left then.
Tee-hee. She sneaks back into the bushes and disappears.
Okay, so it's not.
Bye.
Alright, okay. Then I'll just walk up to this guy and hit him. $25.
25 hits.
11 slashing.
Alright. As Mr. Runkle is still wrenching this guy, you come in and just take a strike at his back and it gouges a massive slash in him.
13.
13 misses, unfortunately.
15.
15 hits.
Hits.
Yeah, they're only wearing leather armor. These guys are kind of like they're like city guard. These guys, as you're fighting them, they're not the Sea Lord's navy or anything.
7.
7. He's like, "Ugh! Ugh!" He drops his weapons, like being wrenched by this bear and being stabbed from behind. Is that your go?
Yeah. Yep.
He just calls out, he's like, "Oi! I yield! I yield!" Theron, you're up.
Finish him up.
Let's take him.
Moongazer.
So I kind of lean down. So where is the gnome?
He took her. The Sea Lord had him take her. One of the sisters took her.
Where did they take her?
He kind of looks over and he can see this bear's just staring at him, just completely stationary, just holding onto his arm and his jaws, just staring at him like. And he's like, I think he'll kill me if I tell you where they went.
If you don't tell us, you're just gonna die now. And I point my crossbow at his face.
All right, let me go. Promise you'll let me go.
Promise you'll let me go, and that you'll go. You don't want to fight all that's up there anyway. You don't want to get into it here.
Of course, you'll have a word. Just tell us where she's at.
Are you trying to deceive him, or are you being honest?
No, I mean honest.
Okay. Then he says,
Alright, I heard him say to her, take her to the winery. That's where they've got this priest guy. At least that's where they had him. They got plans for... Oh, I'm starting to get woozy. No, they got plans, alright? Just put me down. They just want the amulet back. That's all they want. They just want the amulet.
Where is this winery?
It's outside of town. Not far. Just head south. Out the south end of town. Leave the town behind you about half a mile. You'll find it. It's a nice place.
What is? I take the amulet and like show it to him. It's like, what does the amulet do?
I don't know. The Sea Lord won't say, but it's got him scared, alright? He's scared that someone is going to get it. He just wants to keep it so no one else can use it. I don't know what it's for.
You should be scared. And I shoot him in the head.
fucking hell. The bolt pierces his cheek and jets out the back of his head. You hear this kind of odd sucking sound as his body seizes and his mouth jars in a strange position. And he goes lax in the bear's grip.
Okay.
I hope you're happy.
Who, me?
Both of you. This is your fault.
It's a good shot, Bear.
Why is that?
You let Borii go.
Mr. Uncle just spits him out.
It collapses to the ground.
So let's go to the winery then.
Yeah.
Well, lead the way.
Should we hide these bodies?
No. What's the point?
Okay, fine.
All right.
Get back in the boat.
Back in the boat.
Do we still have the boat?
Yeah, it doesn't have a timer on it. It's just a boat for until you turn it back into a box.
As long as one needs a boat.
As long as one needs a boat, it will be a boat.
You hop into the boat and set sail, heading back towards the town. Ultimately, you reach the town, and are you going to head out straight to the winery?
Yeah.
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 Okay. You head out through the town and ultimately exit out the south end of the town and keep walking for about a half mile. It's early evening and it's still raining by the time you reach the winery. You get close to it and you can see that it's in this like vineyard and what stretches onto an orchard in the distance. But this winery is like a 2-story wide building, and it's, as you approach it, you can see that it's like a large house, really. In fact, we'll put you on the map.
That's why they took her here, because there's a map.
DMing 101.
Take it to our
genius.
winery base.
So, as you approach from a distance, it's dark. But you can see that there are guards out the front of this building. It's dark and they're talking, and there's torchlight that lights them. 3 of them at the front. The building is relatively wide and has these sort of circular turrets that don't look like they have arrow slits or anything. It's not that kind of place. But they have windows in. And the whole place is this kind of beautiful, pale, very beautiful brick that's been. They're very small bricks that have been slotted together in like a almost completely flat surface, all along the sides and along the front. It's got a kind of a front entryway that's a small building that looks like it's kind of attached to the front of the larger building out back. It's 2 floors and it extends quite far back. And you manage to reach it by early nightfall. Borii is somewhere inside.
So where are we at on this map? You said at the bottom.
Yes, you're sort of off the bottom of the map.
Okay.
But you can like approach it from any side. I kind of assume that you do like a wide perimeter and this is what you get a sense of from the outside without kind of getting very close.
Okay, I'll cast Pass Trace on us again.
Okay. You concentrate for a moment, your footprints just diminish in the mud.
And maybe if people want me to, I could do the wide perimeter and see what we can see.
Sure.
Okay. So I'll do that, Kebs. I'll cast Pass Trace first. And then if I could stealth.
Yeah, roll me a stealth check.
Should I go you go one way, I'll go the other way?
Yeah, sure, and then we'll meet up. Okay, sure. So 31 stealth.
Okay.
And we'll just do the two of us. We'll just do a recce around the whole exterior to see what we can see.
So Serafina heads left and Barogrand heads right as you arc around. Barogrand, as you head round to the right, you can see there's this small kind of barn-like structure on the right-hand side that has double doors and is currently closed. And as you kind of arc around to the back of the building, you can see that there are guards at the back, a couple of them at least, and they sometimes step inside and a couple more come out. They tend to move around. But out here, there's a wagon with barrels ready loaded, but it doesn't look like there's any activity going on around that at the moment. There's a back door here that, so apart from the entryway here, there is a back door at the back with steps leading up onto the ground floor. Serafina, as you're arcing around to the left, you get to see that there's a very small building, a wooden building off to the left, and a well and a small entryway that at the moment doesn't have a guard by it. There's also these glass walls here that protect a large room at the back, which has these tall wooden, effectively buckets with steps leading up to them. And you too see this large back door. So there is a front door, there are doors on the left and at the back, and there is a second floor to the building. And you can see that this sort of building at the front, this entryway, is only a single floor, so there's a roof to it, and there's a roof to the barn on the right hand side, both of which give access to windows on the second floor. There are also windows all over the second floor, but the walls are hard to climb because they're smooth brick.
Okay. So if we make our way back to the group, I'll suggest that we go in on the left here. Are there aren't any guards outside?
I'm thinking we should check the small little building.
Yeah, we can check the small little building.
Leonard, didn't you say that the guy was in a bit of an enclosed space?
Yeah, it sounded like it.
Could be something.
Okay, should we do that then?
Yeah.
Are we all gonna sneak up? I think we should.
Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As much as Mr. Runkle sneak.
Hey, he rolled pretty good last time. It's pretty stealthy for a giant mechanical bear. Or not.
Let's do 12 though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's worried about Borii, so he's just like...
No.
Alright, let me get you some minis.
He can understand common, but he can't speak it, so he knows what's going on. But he's also really, really dumb, so he can't, like, he's not going to have an amazing grasp of what's happening, but he can understand basics.
Kind of like Billy.
Aww.
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 Not very nice.
I joke.
Alright. Okay. So, as we're sneaking, we need sneaky music. Okay. So, this group of 6... Oh, Mr. Uncle's still got a guy in his mouth. This group of 6, with Mr. Runkle being number 6, begins to stealth towards the left-hand side of the building. I put you on the top floor. That's not what I meant. Bottom floor.
Yeah.
As they begin to sneak up to the side of the building.
I want to listen out at the little potty room thing.
All right, move your person up. You,
I follow Seraphine after.
as you're listening, you hear. Roll me a perception check. Seraphina kind of darts up to the wall of this little building and listens.
It's a 90.
You hear like the gentle trickle of water.
It's a toilet. I walk around and open the door just a bit, just to check.
There's a guy in there taking a pee. As you begin to open the door, he's like, "I'm not done."
Close the door again. Is there any lock or anything on the door?
Not from the outside. But there is like a keyhole. You're a thief, you could jimmy the keyhole.
Yeah, I want to try and do that.
Alright. Roll me a sleight of hand check.
$23.
You get some like wire in there and you jam the lock and you reckon you fucked it. He's like, you can hear him like, "I said I'll be done in a minute." Fuck.
I wave the guys forward. Creep up to the stairs. Can I listen at the door?
Yeah, you sneak up and take a listen. Roll me a perception check.
28.
You hear the sounds of lots of people inside. They're all relatively keeping hushed tones, but you listened really, really well. And you can hear, like, a couple of voices talking. There's a lot of guys. There's a couple of women that you can hear talking. One of them you can hear is kind of cutesy, and the other one is a bit more kind of, a bit more haggard, I guess, in her speech. And you can hear, like, people talking and muttering.
Can I hear a young gnome?
You don't.
I'll go back and let the others know.
All right.
Maybe another entrance?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Which one do you reckon?
Mr. Drunkle takes a drink.
I guess let's go try the back way. Maybe take this guy out. We could both shoot it together. I think we could.
So you sneak around the edge, try and get a view on him.
Yeah.
Not you, Mr. Runkle.
Can we see him?
Yeah, you can see there's a single guard just kind of keeping watch out here. He's keeping watch left and right, but it's dark and raining, and you guys are relatively well hidden as you sneak through in the shadows, clinging to this glass door. You do realize that this room is open and the wall is just made of glass.
Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, I knew that. But it's made of glass, though.
yeah. This is made of glass here, and this is double doors which are currently closed, sliding doors.
Yeah, that's okay.
Do we see anyone in there?
In that room, no.
Should we take him out then?
Yeah, should we do the Rainbow Six thing where we both shoot them at the same time? Okay. I'm ready. Do you want to go first?
Sure. Oh, do you want him?
Roll together. 3, 2, 1, roll!
Natural 20.
Holy shit! Nice roll.
27.
You did.
Oh, I don't like that one. Let's go for this first. Okay. Okay.
Okay, that didn't mind.
You both take shots. Serafina takes a shot with a hand crossbow. Baragran pulls it off his shoulder and takes a shot with the crossbow. The shots ring out. How much damage did you do altogether?
34, 48,
12?
60 in total.
Nice.
With Serafina's assassination feat, she takes a close beat. Baragran kind of watches her and sort of takes the shot. The shots strike true, and you just hear this. Ah! Someone's here! And he shouts out.
What?
Not enough to kill him.
There's a tank.
As the
Well,
shots
you can
strike
shoot
him.
again. Good. You shoot him again?
You can shoot him again. Give it a go.
Shoot. I've lost my thing.
I thought you'd both done both of your shots. It's my fault, sorry.
Oh, well, I only shot once. I mean, it's another
Yeah.
15.
You just hear him. The first two shots hit. Baragran, as fast as humanly possible, slams in another bolt, wheels it back, takes a shot, and you just hear him shout, "Ugh! Whoa!" And the bolt strikes him in the face, and he collapses to the floor in front of the door.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, but he did shout out though.
You like, because it took, like, you heard him like
Yeah,
make
yeah.
a "Ugh!" as it hit him, and he shouted a bit, like you think probably people have heard a little. enough
Yeah.
that somebody knows what's going on.
We saw this guy here though on our way around.
Yeah.
Okay, so should we get you run up to the corner?
Yeah.
I'm
Before
right.
we do that, I give you a fist bump as we run.
Well, at this point, everybody's going to roll for initiative.
Crossbow buddies. Ooh.
If I whisper roll, does it still come up on the list? Yeah, it does. Doesn't really matter. Okay. All right, that'll do for the minute, and you as well. Cool bananas. All right, let's get some initiatives in. Moongazer,
25.
Berry, Bear, Beargrand,
Oh,
Smudge.
sorry, I am paying attention. 12.
9, 12.
Tippletop,
10.
Millie, Lenneth.
18.
18 was that?
Yes.
Runkles,
9.
Templar.
10.
Alright. In which case, the first person to act is Moongazer.
Well, we don't see any enemies right now, right?
No. But you get a sense from the yelp that cover's blown.
I think I'm going to kind of run up here beside these stairs and just wait for someone to come out.
Okay.
And I'm going to just maybe hold my action, I guess, until someone comes out of there.
Alright.
Smart.
Millie.
I'm done.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
I'm done.
Lenneth.
I'm gonna move up as well. I'll just see how far it is. Not that far.
You can run at double distance if you wanted to. Dash.
Oh shit. Yeah, I can do that. I'm just gonna place myself behind here. Then I use my action to run, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, then I'm done.
Alright. Beargrand.
Okay, I'm going to head away from the house. To like this kind of position. So I've got an angle on both the door and like this little step. But like not so much that somebody here could see me.
Okay.
And then yeah, I'm gonna hold my action and I'm gonna attack if I see anyone.
Templar.
Right. This is totally glass. Alright.
Hey, Cavs, on the way here, I'm assuming we had a long rest. Is that okay? Or no?
No, not unless you said you're going to take a long rest. Because a long rest is like 8 hours, and Bori's missing. Things
I
will
didn't know how
happen in
long
that time.
the winery was far away. Okay, cool.
Alright, I'm gonna misty step the rest of the distance.
Short rest, though. You can have short rest. Okay.
And I am gonna ready a spell if anyone comes to the double doors. Scorching Ray.
All right. As you bamf forward, white smoke trail vanishing, little tiny trail of smoke leading to your destination. You bamf out of smoke again, landing next to Lenneth, never being far from her side. Seraphina.
Far away, are we? I'm gonna run forward next to them.
Runkle.
Can I hide behind the monk?
Can you what the monk?
Hide behind the monk?
Yeah.
Attempting.
Yeah, he's a medium creature, you're a small creature. I think you can do that.
Cool, I do that.
Runkel's just gonna follow everyone's lead.
Alright.
He doesn't need to dash to get there, so he's gonna hold his action just in case someone gets into melee range and he'll whack him.
Okay. A voice from inside. This door here, right next to you, opens by about a half foot. And you just hear a voice inside say, "The Sea Lord bids you welcome, and the Sea Lord bids you enter. Your friend has only so much time."
As soon as I hear that, I just immediately run to the door and push it open to try to knock the guy prone, maybe.
So you can ready an action, but you've already used your...
Okay, never mind.
Oh, actually though, Theron, you are next in the turn order, so it will be you to go. So, having said that, you can absolutely do that.
Doing it.
Okay. You charge in, you bash the door open. I want you to roll me a contested strength check, because he's like on the other side of the door. I'm going to see if he can hold it, or whether he gets thrown across the room.
Can I do a, let me see, so can I do a dex instead? Hold on.
Not to bash a door open.
Well, I know monks are sometimes, but I think it's just attacks. Isn't it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you've got a monk special thing.
You can use dex instead of strength for attack and damage. Oh, it's only a damage roll, so never mind.
It's alright, he rolled a 7. I'm pretty sure you're going through him.
Or a 12!
You catch him off guard, and you bash the door open, like with a side kick or something. Whapa!
Yeah.
Take the door almost off its hinges. It cracks to the side, and the guy flies across the room, hits this kind of pile of wood next to him, and kind of stumbles down it, like, looking up at you. He's an older guy, this guy. As you look at him, he looks like he might be in his early 60s.
Okay, so we get a 60s ass whooping. So, he's prone, right?
He is not considered prone. He's just kind of he's staggered against the wood, but he's still standing.
Is that an action I done? A bonus action? Can I still hit him or no?
We'll say that's an action, but if you have a bonus action to melt his face, that you're welcome to.
Yeah, let me see here, because I'm still learning my guy. Hold on. Yeah, they just flurry of blows. I was going to add a bonus action. Just
All right.
Wait, no, I can't do that. Never mind. Hold on a second. Let's see what I can do here. I don't think I can do anything. No. I think I'm screwed. I think I must have says after an attack. That's not an attack, so I'm kind of screwed.
Well, I think I'd say we can consider that an attack, given that you kicked the door open and threw him back as your action. We'll say that's an attack. So if you want to use your flurry as blows, like
I will
bonus
use
action,
flurry then. Yeah, bonus action.
I think that's fair enough.
One punch in the face. 17 hit.
17 does hit.
And I want to make sure I don't kill him, by the way, if that's the thing. So 6 damage. Another monk punch in the face. 23 to hit.
That hits.
So 7 more damage.
All right.
And I will use my my way of the open hand to make him prone. You have to make a dex saving throw. 15 save.
He rolls a
Oh, what is it?
21. As you kick him back, he hits the wood. He just about gets up, and you give him 2 strikes to the face. He gets knocked both to the side. You try to grab him and slam him into the ground, but you end up slamming him to the side, and he hits the chair, managing to stay on his feet. So he stumbled over the back of the chair, and you've just kind of thrown this guy around the room. He's kind of looking at you. He's like with this panicked face on. Really, hasn't even drawn weapons yet.
When I'm in the room, I see a door at the other end. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to run to that door then and make sure he doesn't go through it.
Okay.
And it turns over.
Lenneth, you're up.
Alright. The door open? Yeah?
Yes.
Then I am gonna open my spellbook again and cast the fire bolt.
You draw out this
That's
little
this
bolt of
guy.
fire and spring it forwards.
And the sheet there. That is 26 to hit.
That hits.
He takes 18 fire damage.
As this bolt skewers this guy in the chest, he's just about getting off the chair as he watches this monk nimble across the wooden boards and stand by the door. He turns to face the monk and the bolt strikes him in the back. Just as he stumbles down, it tears like a hole in his cloak, and you can see that there's just this melted flesh and burnt, crusty, like nastiness on the back, blackened impact from this wound.
That's it for my turn.
He stumbles from the impact. He's like, "Oh, do you want to make a deal? Are you just here to be violent? Is this the way you would have it? Sacrifice a child's life for petty vengeance?"
If I could, I would shoot him to shut him up, but I'm out of action.
Alright. He... Fuck, I don't even know what he does. I don't think he... Does he... I think he knows that he in this situation is completely outmatched on his own. So he just kind of doesn't... He doesn't draw his weapons, he just puts his hand up. He's like... Have you no honour? Beregrand.
Can I get in a position where I can take a shot at him?
Through the doorway? Yeah. You've got Lenneth between you and the door, but have you got... Is there a shot? Is it sharpshooter feat that means you can shoot around people?
No. But I think I could probably get good.
Oh
shot.
yeah, I'll let you take the shot. It's just there's a chance you'll hit Lenneth.
Lenneth, you'll be fine, don't worry.
So,
If you have sharpshooter, you can
50.
shoot. You can shoot through crowded places without the risk of it. So there has to be a risk of it without
Can
it.
you?
Well, you ignore cover,
Yeah.
sharpshooter.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna shoot.
All right.
That's 28.
28 hits.
10 damage.
As the bolt sings through the air and strikes him in the shoulder, unarmed, he just kind of stumbles down to one knee.
Shoot him again.
Oh yeah.
16 damage.
Is that doubled? It is. Is it?
Yes, it's rolling 2d10s. And
Oh, cool. Okay, 16 damage. All right. As the bolt, another one strikes him in the gut. This one's deep. Now blood begins to trickle from his lip.
Oh God, he's still alive. I think I'm done. Yeah, I only get 3 on my first round of combat, which isn't, so that's fine. I'm done.
Templar.
I didn't hear what he said from outside, did I?
Probably not. You're quite a way away.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna walk in there. He's on his knees.
Yeah. One knee, but yeah.
I cut his head off.
All right.
24.
24 hits.
11 points of damage.
You take a strike, and his head just lifts from his shoulders.
And I kick the body backwards.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Okay, let's pile in.
So, continuing the order, it's going to be Seraphina Tippletop.
Okay, can I go in and listen at the door?
Yeah? You don't hear anything through the door.
We're going in. I open the door
Open the door.
teeny bit and peek through.
The room, as you peek open, is full of wine barrels. Lots of them filled.
Okay.
Go in the door.
I walk through the door.
Okay.
There's another door.
You know it's an initiative, right?
Okay.
This monk is so mobile he moves on everyone's turn.
I didn't know. Didn't know.
Seraphina, you're still in initiative.
Okay.
If you need to.
I'm gonna peek through the other door. Oh, can I listen first?
Yeah? Roll me a perception check as you take just a very quick second to listen at the door. It's gonna...
27.
You do hear, like, voices through people, more commotion, like people moving.
Like I know we're here.
You might guess.
Okay, and I'm gonna stand beside the door. Can I like ready action if anyone bursts through the door?
Yeah?
Cool. Do that then.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stand there.
Alright. Can I do that? Yeah. For a second I thought that was a bit cheeky, but no, it's fine. Okay. Mr. Runkle, you're going to be first up.
Just gonna follow everyone in.
Squeezing through the door, like...
Yeah. Just looks around for Borii, but that's all.
Moongazer.
I'm gonna go in the next room and crack open the door.
Oh.
You open it?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Inside, you see this.
Oh shit.
There's a couple of guards, one
That's okay.
standing next to the door, blade in hand, two standing at the foot of the stairs. Upstairs, which you'll see on the other map just above, you see a very large number of guards, and impossibly to your mind, the Sea Lord himself standing with two very well armored guards with glaives, like long, like Guandao kind of glaives, like big ones at their sides. There are three sisters nearby who are giggling to each other. At least two of them are. One of them is the kind of demure waif of a woman who turned into an ethereal form earlier, and who is giggling alongside one of the others and curiously looking. The third has this kind of green long dress of a similar ilk, is looking down with sort of fixed black eyes. The upper rung otherwise is filled with archers and guards, and the lower rung has got guards and this final guard here, who uses his turn the moment you open the door, and backs up just to the base of the stairs, his job being to protect the Sea Lord. He steps up to the base of the stairs, blowing his action on movement. So he's gonna.
So I don't see Borii anywhere.
Where's Borii?
Don't see Borii.
She's in the vat of wine. Get her out.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's already happening, isn't it? So here we go.
The Sea Lord,
Alright.
as you open the door, the Sea Lord speaks. He says, "Stop the violence and bloodshed, for goodness sake. If you wish to see her alive, hand over the amulet. We can be done with this. I didn't want it to end like this. I didn't want people to get hurt. But I cannot allow that amulet in the wrong hands. Hand it to me, and all is forgiven. And that is not an offer I make lightly."
Guys, I'm still outside.
He's speaking. He's like speaking to kind of no one. The door's opened, and he knows that somebody there. He doesn't know who can hear him.
Okay.
While this is going on, now they're having a conversation. You guys can stack up against the door if you want, because like
Okay.
we'll say that you've all having turns and things.
I break the glass in this
I want to go
deck.
inside though.
All right. You hear this shatter, and he looks up and he rolls his eyes slightly.
And I kick the door in on the left.
All right. Roll me a strength check, because this is a sliding door.
Oh, it's a slide. Add that in at the end, why don't you?
You see the way that it's structured on the map?
9 on the sliding door.
Wham! You slam into this door, and it like cracks slightly against itself.
Excellent, excellent.
So okay.
Stop this needless violence against both my winery, but more importantly against my guards.
Okay, I'm just gonna shout out, hand us the gnome, and we'll give you the amulet.
Give me the amulet, and I will tell you where the gnome is.
That's not what I offered. We outnumber you 2-1. This is your last chance.
Roll me a deception check.
Go for the Hail Mary. So okay, it's not a good 6.
He says, "I know there are 6 of you, and I know what my odds are. I will not be here when this fighting takes place. I will not risk my life for this. My men are well trained. They will fight, and I am reasonably sure they could win. But it's irrelevant. Your gnome friend, Borii, is not here. She has limited time." And the little one is like, "What? Where is she?" And the other one's like, "Quiet!" Pushes her away. "I bet that you couldn't find her. I bet that you can't get to her. I don't know how much air she has, but I'm guessing it's not all that much. If she doesn't panic, maybe she'll have more. If she panics and tries to escape, then maybe she has less. Or how much, I don't know. But if you leave now, I think you could reach her still. The priest, too. He has not got much breath left, I don't think. I doubt you could save them both, even if we told you where they were. We didn't put them together. That's my bet to you. I bet that you can't find them."
It's Batman.
He's like... He looks over, he's like, "Quiet, Ursula.
Bear, what do we do?
Forgive her games. I am not here to play them. Give me the amulet, I will give you their locations. You can save them both. You can be the heroes of the hour, even though you have killed my men mercilessly. You can go as heroes, celebrate, Swag Fest in all its glory, stay for the festival, and then leave. This is not anything you need to... You do not need to become a part of this. This has nothing to do with you.
I don't want to be a part of this.
I step out to the doorway. Bear, no.
What say you,
does the
dwarf?
amulet, what does the amulet do?
The amulet has the power to unmake stone. That is what the sisters have told me. If the wrong people get a hold of that, the Captain's Council have been looking for decades for a way to undermine my rule. They know they cannot kill me. If they kill me, another will take my place. A long lineage of Dracs awaits. But if they undermine me, if the people revolt, then the Sea Lord's power will be no more, and I will be nothing. Many have called my lighthouse my greatest mistake. But it promises to change this island, change it permanently. It has power. And the Captain's Council wish it never to change. They do not want this place to become prosperous. They don't want it to. They're traditionalists, ancient relics of a time long gone. If they gain that amulet, they will gain the strength to destroy that lighthouse. One man with fists could destroy that lighthouse in an hour with that amulet. The sisters tell me it is strong. I cannot allow it to fall into the wrong hands. It must stay in my possession.
Insight check?
Roll an insight check.
11.
It's hard to tell. You can see that there's a sort of, you've pushed him to a certain level of desperation a little bit. He's still got poise, and he's not lost control of himself in any way, but he does want you to stop killing his men. And he clearly doesn't want to fight. But you definitely don't think he's lying about Borii. But, like, that's as much, like, your love of Borii as it is genuinely knowing that he's not lying. And the witch is obfuscating the truth at every single turn. It's not even difficult to know. She has this kind of witchy type quality to the way that she speaks, and she, like, has this kind of crony type mannerisms, even though she has a very youthful appearance. And every time she speaks, you think she's lying. Every time.
You can have the amulet. But I want the girl and the priest first.
The girl first.
Or we can fight here, kill all your men, and then I'll go punch down your lighthouse myself.
Had you come here and spoken to me, I may have given you that. But you killed my men. You murdered. And now, I am within my rights to take some form of justice. I'm willing to overlook that. But I cannot trust you. You must understand that. You have shown no trustworthiness.
Aren't you keeping a little girl hostage?
She is being well kept. And you have pushed me to desperate measures.
Kidnapped her.
Your lady friend just said she's about to run out of air. How is that well kept?
You have a point. That was not my intent. Ursula is difficult to control. And he looks at her, and the taller of the three in the green dress kind of looks down at her with, like, piercing eyes. And she looks back to him and she said, "She wanted to eat her to start with. I think we did well."
So what is it? Is she well kept, or is she in one of these vats running out of air?
She is running out of air. But she is safe.
I call through the door. Give him the fucking amulet.
She will not be harmed. Ursula is, I don't know what Ursula is, but she will not finish. She will not... I can only give you my word that if you hand over the amulet now, I will ensure that she is safe.
One last insight check.
Yeah, Ronnie, insight check.
Nice.
You're pretty sure that he's telling the truth about his word that he will get you Borii back safe. And, in fact, you get a sense that this is an honourable man in desperate times. You also get a sense that he has these sisters around, and every time that Ursula speaks, you know you wouldn't trust her to wash your car. Like, you wouldn't trust her to clean your horse. You wouldn't trust her to do anything. She's the most untrustworthy person you've met. And even when she speaks and is telling the truth, it sounds like she's lying. So, at the same time as believing him, you're also not sure about this woman, witch, whatever she is.
I step up to the foot of the stairs.
This captain of the guard steps a few steps forward towards you. He's got this long blue cloak where all the guards wear green cloaks, carry yellow shields. He's wearing more substantial, like, chainmail and a few pieces of plate, and he outstretches a hand. He's got this helmet on, but you can see beneath the visor, you can see there's a scar across kind of part of his face. And in fact, as you kind of look up onto the second floor, you look around and you can see there's this one dwarf stood nearby on the second floor with this scar across his eye, just staring at you with a crossbow in his hand. It's not raised at the moment, but many of them do have bolts raised. The captain reaches forward and you can see he's just kind of really hoping that you're going to hand over the amulet to him.
If you're lying to us, or if you hurt Borii at all, I'll punch down that lighthouse and I will kill you. I'm a pretty good shot with this crossbow. Old One Eye up there knows that I am.
He looks over.
I take off the amulet and I give it to the captain.
Holy shit. The captain holds out a hand, takes the amulet, moves back to the Sea Lord, and the Sea Lord takes it from him, and he's like, "You've made the right choice. I am a man of my word. You will find them both at the coffin makers. You will find them in the coffins by the far wall. I would ask the sisters to retrieve them, but I do not trust Ursula." And she says,
"You have taken my game from me. There will be punishment for this. I wanted to eat the little one, or at least be her auntie. I've always wanted a niece. And she was a cute one. I want her for my own."
and the little one's like,
"You're strange."
and the tall one's just like, "Silence, sisters. There will be no comeuppance. The Sea Lord commands it." He says, "Go there now, and you will find both of them. I will be sure of it."
Where?
The coffin makers. Go to the warehouse district. There is a man there. He makes coffins. They are both inside coffins in that shop. Had you not Let's not talk about what would have happened. It's irrelevant. Thank you. It would be best that you,
I didn't say anything. I just walk out.
as you're
Kaz, where's
walking
the
out.
amulet now? I'm just curious.
Sorry?
Well, where is the amulet now? Like, is it in his hand?
It's
Is it
literally
around
just in his
neck?
hand.
Just go grab it. Okay. My fellow companions, are they already out the door?
I think Beargrand's just literally just turning to leave.
I'm just turning to.
Okay, I'm just kind of just waiting for him to go.
I walk past you.
As they leave, the Sea Lord kind of opens it. He sees it. And he's like, "It was a long day."
I just walk out.
Oh, all right.
So timid just to go get it.
Let's go. Let's make haste.
Yeah, we make haste. I could have grabbed it, man. I'm telling you.
I don't doubt you could have. I was kind of waiting for that. That was a bit interesting.
I'm gonna get Borii killed.
Thanks, Bill.
You head away from the winery back into town, rushing through.
We move super speedy.
You move super speedy.
Yeah, because I've got my city secrets thing, so we'll let it go at double speed.
Of course. And you sprint all the way to this small building. So while you're running, Borii, you basically wake up in a very, very small room, a coffin. And
Me.
there's a wooden kind of wall in front of you. What do you want to do?
Is it pitch black?
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'd do my best to see if I can get out of it, but just kick the walls, I guess.
Roll me a strength check. Athletics, if you'd like.
I would love to athletics.
No!
Oh, look at that.
Best of both, Road, right there.
I was literally in my head, I was like, literally nothing else is going to work than a natural 20. So literally, there's only one check. If you'd have rolled a natural 1, like, you deplete your air significantly. Less than a 10, like, you deplete it quite a bit, and for every effort, and you could die if you were in there and depleted your air. But you roll a nat 20. And you, like, manage to, you take, like, 5 minutes, and you're slamming your feet against the bottom of this coffin as hard as humanly possible. And you summon all the strength you can, and you manage to crack the base of this coffin just a little, just splinters slightly. You hear air just rush in.
I just keep smashing it. With gnome rage.
You smash as hard as you can. It takes another, like, 10 minutes for you to keep, like, banging against it. But with that first crack, you manage to, like, splinter it enough to be able to just prise it open and pull your way out. And as you kind of pull your way out of this coffin in this darkened room, there is a woman in the corner, sitting there. She's just got her hands, like, wrapped on her lap.
What does she look like?
She looks young, but she's got this kind of gnarly kind of look to her. And she says,
The Sea Lord spoiled my game.
Let me ask you a question. Before when I tried to cast invisibility, and we did an initiative check, which I failed, so I didn't spend the slot, right?
Yeah.
And I cast invisibility on myself.
All right. You cast invisibility, and I don't think this one has the same kind of ability to stop you. No. You disappear. Completely disappear from view. And she looks, and she can't see you at all. You can see immediately that she's looking around, she can't see you, and she's like,
Don't worry, little one. We'll have another game soon. I will come and see you.
Creepy. I think Borii just stays like perfectly still, worrying like about giving anything away, but just kind of like takes in where she is. Can I see around me?
you can see her. She's in the room, just sitting on one of the coffins in the corner.
Anything else in there?
There are coffins all over the place, scattered around the room, coffins dotted all around, all of them closed. And she just is looking around the room.
Is there like an obvious exit?
Yeah, there are 4 doors, 3 of them all right next to each other, and a 4th that looks like a bigger door that leads what looks like outside. You can see from the windows.
I think she'd just stay still for a while and just see if she left, like not wanting to give it away.
You can just hear her. She's just sitting there, rocking back and forth, in this kind of young form, but like she's slightly hunched, even though she's got this very young and beautiful form. This long black hair that's not curly and like the younger one. It's very long and straight. But she's kind of hooked over, like hunched, and her arms are kind of like bent slightly awkwardly, and she's just rocking and singing this nursery rhyme that's about kind of granny to the children nursery rhyme.
Terrifying. Yeah, Karen?
As she does so, she just kind of sits there rocking and singing the nursery rhyme, and you can just see the air around her begin to shimmer.
I keep waiting. Do nothing.
She's just rocking and singing, and the air shimmers around her, and she just vanishes from sight.
Creepy.
You just hear this sort of nursery rhyme ringing on the air as it diminishes.
So I guess just sort of try and figure out where I am. Go through go out the door to the street. Find out where I am.
The door's locked as you get to it. You try and open it. It doesn't open.
Is there any other doors?
There are other doors. It turns out they're all locked.
Motherfucker. I'm looking for a key.
There are only coffins around. One of them is a cracked bottom that you managed to crack impossibly with your little legs, managing to, must have been a weakness that you managed to find in this particular coffin. There are windows.
Oh. Okay, what do I have on me? Do I still have my stuff on me? Was I didn't have my stuff taken away?
It sounds like you've still got it feels like you've still got your stuff on you, yeah.
Yeah? I got my wrench.
Yes.
I tried to smash the window with my wrench.
You hit the window and it shatters outwards. This pane of glass just shatters into the street. It's late at night. I'm sure somebody heard, but this window is shattered. A bit sharp. You probably can get out of it.
I try and get out of it.
All right. You pull yourself onto the windowsill, like tiptoe out and jump down onto the street below. It's dark, raining. The mud kind of squelches deeply beneath your feet.
Fuck. Guess I just... What would I do? Probably just go try to find some form of civilization. Find an inn or something.
Okay. You
Find some people.
you wander off to go and find an inn. It takes another 10 minutes for the group to arrive at the coffin shop. At least. It's a good hour to get there. By which time Bori's probably found her way back to the Scholar's Quill, I would think, if that's where you wanted to head.
If I started recognizing some stuff, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the warehouse district, which you've been in before, so you can find your way from the docks back to the Scholar's Quill. So the guys managed to find, they see the broken window, the door's currently closed. What do you want to do?
Go in.
The door.
Yeah.
Alright. You plant a heavy foot against the door and it cracks open. It's not a heavy door and you take a lot of time, but you smash it open. Inside is a room full of coffins. One of them has got a cracked base and there are shards of wood on the floor nearby.
Does the hole in the coffin look the size of a gnome?
It does!
I point that out to the group.
I'm gonna cast Detect Thoughts to see if I can hear anyone thinking in here.
Smart.
Okay. As you concentrate for a moment and reach out with your mind, you try desperately to find this like the thoughts of this man or anybody really, and you can detect the thoughts of a creature you can see with that spell.
You think you can also use it to detect thoughts of creatures that are within 30 feet that you can't
Yes,
see?
that you can't see.
As long as they're not like behind a metal or rock or stuff like that.
As you kind of reach out with your mind, you manage to locate one of the coffins as having this kind of very faint, like, emanation from it, but it's very faint.
I go up to it and I try to open it. Or bust it open, I guess.
Roll me a strength check.
I'm like,
I'll help her.
I think there's someone in here.
I'll help her.
Strength check. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, if you want to help, roll with advantage.
Yeah, I'm helping.
Oh, that's a minus on me, but yeah. Oh, 14. That's not too bad.
So it takes you a little while, but you finally manage to get this boarded coffin like denailed and pull the damn thing off, and you wrench it off and you see the body of a blonde man who's lying with his hands like up at his sides. He is unconscious.
Do I have a health potion on me? I think I do.
Blonde?
Do I?
Yeah, was he dark haired?
Yeah. Awkward question. Is he handsome?
He is, and it is long dark hair. That's my mistake.
Okay.
Plot thickens.
I haven't written down any potions. I think I might. Or do you have them, Serafina?
Yeah, do we have anyone who can heal first? Nope.
We don't. I don't think we do. No. No cleric.
I can, but I'm not
No, no.
Yeah, I give him a healing potion.
Alright, you feed him a healing potion, and his eyes blink awake, and he looks up at this little halfling, and he's like,
Where am I?
Lucius, right? You're a hard man to find. Are you okay?
I thought the next face I would see would be the face of the gods. Oh. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
he kind of reaches up and he just kind of grabs
Half
like
him
the
over.
first person.
Yeah.
What happened?
I think you were kidnapped.
Well, yeah, something along those lines. Do you remember anything of what happened yourself?
There was a woman. She distracted me, and next thing I remember I was inside this. No, I remember more, wait. No, they interrogated me. Oh, it was Milos. He paid them. He paid the Yellow Shields to take me and interrogate me. They beat me for a day. And then they handed me over to these girls. I thought they were going to be nice and take me someplace nice, and then next thing I remember I woke up in here.
Told you.
So what was it that they were after?
They wanted to know. They wanted to know where I'd been when I couldn't remember. They wanted to know why I went to the island. Why I came back with a amulet, what it was, and how I knew about it. Them women, they knew something about this amulet. They knew something about what had happened to me, I'm sure of it. I couldn't make head nor tails of it. But they're like... They wanted to know why I was on this island. They wanted to know how I knew about it. But I didn't know how I knew. They say I violated the sanctum. But I would never do that.
Well, according to Captain Scarbelly, you were on board their vessel for a few years, and you found it on the island. They just let you keep it.
Yeah, that's what he told me. But he told me that I wanted to go to that island. He told me it was my idea. That I knew where to go to find this amulet.
Do you think you might have written down in your books that you kept at your house why you would go there? We noticed you had a lot of books on travel.
Yeah, I don't doubt. But when I read them, I couldn't read them. They were in a language I don't even know. They didn't make any sense. The symbols kept changing. I wanted to get back into the temple, so I handed them over to the high priest and Milos. I handed everything over.
That was not a good idea.
Some of them will be part of the sanctum now. There's no getting to them.
Well,
Think
maybe
whatever
we should
you-
head back to the city and continue the investigation there. We're still missing one person after all, so should
Yeah,
probably try to find her.
We'll take you to the Scholar's Quill. Get you some food,
Thanks.
if the sun hasn't gone down yet.
Listen, something don't feel right in this city. What happened to me?
Yeah.
Something's going on. Something bad.
Definitely.
I need a drink.
Yeah.
Let's head back.
He pulls himself out of the coffin and heads with you to the Scholar's Quill. And when you enter, there's a sigh from behind the bar as the owner of the establishment realizes you've missed dinner again. And you see, like, Borii sitting there with a drink, her legs kind of dangling beneath her. What drink is it, Borii? Because they will have offered you an ale.
It's an ale.
Yeah! Borii's a little drunk.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hey, where have you been? Ah,
What are you drinking? Who's giving
We were
kid
so
a
worried
drink?
about you.
I was worried about me too. I woke up in a coffin.
Ugh, gosh.
Not a very good negotiator.
We'll keep that in mind next time. Like, give us-
Ranko!
He like storms in, bashes over tables to get to you. He licks you with this big mechanical tongue.
Give him a noogie.
Well, maybe some food and drinks for this guy. He's been out for a long time after all.
Is this the guy?
Yeah.
I found the guy.
The guy.
Good on you.
Is there anything anybody wants to do before we end?
Do I have to argue with the barkeep to get us some food?
You kind of, I guess, explain like a little of what's going on. The barkeep's like, "Yeah, I'll get your drink, and I'll make you something. I'm sure there's a Breville out back." And she goes out back.
Some sort of brother.
Big Al says so. She goes back and gets food for you. And I guess we find out what happens next time.
Next time.
Next time, get it?
So I was totally going to go take the amulet, man. But I didn't want you to die.
Take the name of that man? I'll take the amulet.
Take the amulet. Man, I was going to run up there and get it.
Should Why didn't you?
What if, God forbid somebody does something to like grab me or something, or I trip or fall or something stupid.
Roll a natural one and just face.
Yeah, maybe get in a fight.
It was funny though.
I know you were tempted. It was like, I was pretty sure you were going to end up in a fight there. Actually, I thought you were going to take it all the way.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a massive brawl. I'd have been really bad if it had a massive brawl and then just find out that we're not there. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. That would have been bad.
oh, not even there.
If we all died and then you died in the coffin or survived.
Yeah, I get out of the coffin and you all die. Kind of thing. God.
Make yourself Mr. Runkle Mark II and
Yeah,
just
yeah.
you and Mr. Runkle in a boat being pirates.
Jeez.
Using old characters again.
Yeah.
Ludo group's back.
Alright, I'm off for tonight, guys.
Cool.
When do you want to do this again?
Oh yeah.
I'm away next week.
Someone's in Dubai next week.
Someone's in Dubai next week.
Cool. Yeah.
You love that Dubai.
Yeah.
Where do we go?
6th? 2 weeks? 6th?
I start work that week, so I don't know if I'll be available.
What are you doing?
Woohoo!
Yay!
I had complete faith in you.
Oh, thank you.
What are you doing? What are you up to?
I'm gonna be like, it's a support unit for the train station that like tickets and stuff like that. So it's really just a customer service job with people calling in and want trips from here to there and help with, you know, wheelchairs on the train maybe and all
Nice.
kinds of weird customer service stuff.
But it's a,
That's cool.
I guess, a good job. Like,
I like trains.
Actually, it's gonna be really great because I don't need to have the face-to-face thing with the store anymore because I'm really tired and drained from the store work. So it's gonna be good to do something else.
Awesome.
And it's like commune job, so it's really safe and decent pay and stuff. So it's pretty good.
Nice.
so when are you working? You're working on the 6th.
Yeah, we start at the 6th. I don't know what time exactly, but I can get back to you on that because I don't know if we're working early or late yet.
So, do you want to try for the 6th and then
Yeah,
let
we
us
can do
know?
that.
Because I'm guessing that
Yeah.
there's not going to be a day that week that's easier. I'm guessing
No.
No.
not until you know what's going on. Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
all right, 6th
Cool.
then.
Cool. Sounds
6th
good.
at 7, unless we hear otherwise.
Awesome.
Thanks, Cabs.
Nice, Chaz.
Thanks, Cabs.
Thanks.
Night, guys.
Night, guys.
Guys, later.